Hottest but no nottest. I shouldn't be awake.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the year of the future. Except it's not the future anymore, it's the now. And that's just how things go on this bitch of an earth. Hope everyone had a lovely holiday season. I had a good time visiting family. I pet the family cats a whole lot, and they felt as though this was insufficient because they bothered me a whole lot, but it's a good problem to have. I also got to touch a ferret for the first time. That was interesting. I was not at... I had two perfectly good felines to be interacting with. The ferret was not going to hold my attention. But it is an interesting little creature. Apologies for missing a couple of streams after I got back. So, I was visiting family in Florida, and they are a time zone ahead. And I was on a fairly normal sleep schedule. I was not getting as much sleep as I should have been, but overall, you know, I was getting to bed at around midnight, waking up at around 8. But then, once I had gotten back, that's not what my sleep schedule needs to be, because I stream in the evenings.
Shoo shoo pop pop.
And so a reasonable time for me to be getting to bed is probably around 1 or 2 in the morning. Probably closer like 2 in the morning, you know. If a stream goes late, then I finish up the stream, and then, you know, not too long after that, I get to bed. But in addition to, like, the time that... I was getting tired at, like, 7 p.m. for the last little bit. And then I would sleep for, like, 5 hours, wake up in the middle of the fucking night, and then I would be awake for like an hour or two, and then I would go back to sleep, and I would wake up at like 6 a.m. I was like, shit, there's nothing for me to do at 6 a.m. So I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule back to how it was before, because it's like, oh, Hat, why don't you just embrace being awake at reasonable
Dan
times?
Salmon gifted a tier 1 sub to the source of the Nile.
But like that's just not how my life is arranged.
Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Mayhex. Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Richter_Rat.
Forgot to put a new garbage bag in my trash can, so now I have...
Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Badruck.
This tea is going to be way oversteeped, because I have nowhere to put the bag.
Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Hands That Can.
Eat it? Tempting.
Ghosts and their various tricks. Ghost tricks, perhaps, even, if you will. Perchance. Or even a singular one, standing alone in a barren sea. One solitary trick Vape Nation with ghosts.
Ooh.
A trick of the ghostly variety as opposed to other tricks. Ghost trick.
We got Vape Nation this time. Exciting. Thank you very much, Cult, Sir, and Dan for the Tier 3 resubs, and Dan for the 5 gift subs and $25 donation. Very much appreciated, as always. The first of the year. Except for people who have it set up to resub monthly and those go off. No. Don't just put a random song on Spotify. People who have it set up to renew on the 1st, I guess. Every second awake is pain. Well, that's what the VOD channel is for, you know? Thanks for dropping in. And I hope you sleep well. So, 2024 video games. There was a lot of them. And there was a lot of really good ones. I also have some games on this list that didn't come out in 2024. And y'all are just gonna have to deal with that. It's... You know what, let's go ahead and switch on over and take a look-see at what we're working with. Alright. So, as you can see, the list is... There's a lot. There's a lot on this list. You can see 100 files here. That's a lot of fucking games. So this is not even all of the games that I played in 2024. And some of these games I played for like an hour. So maybe we'll put together a to be determined category for some of these games. Like Kenshi, I did not play much of. Rivals of Aether, I did not play much of. Rivals of Aether 2 specifically. But a 5-hour stream. Usually the tier list streams are 2-parters because I have too many things to say about too many video games.
Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Taza Tail.
Ooh, Taza got a gift sub. Exciting.
Dan Sapman gifted a tier 1 sub to Hexadecimator_.
Thank you very much for the 2 gift subs, Dan. So a couple of I've got some games that are like piled together. So I've got all of the Devil May Cry games in one big ol' pile. Let's do a little switcheroo here. I've got a couple of like puzzle-oriented indie games, and then I've got the auto shooter survival pile. I've got the Egavanias. Things I tried to spread out a couple of things, because I didn't really want to have. I didn't want to pile all of the coolest and best games of the year all together. You know, I didn't want to talk about Nine Sols, Infinite Wealth, and fucking Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and UFO 50. I didn't want to talk about all of those in one big ol' chunk. But we'll just start from here and make our way down. Let's talk about regular old school RuneScape first, and then we'll talk about leagues. Regular old school RuneScape continues to be one of the most interesting video games out there. It is a weird game with like oddball writing, a very unique look to it, and gameplay that, you know, it has a 0.6 second tick rate. Things happen less than every half second. It takes longer than half a second for any like major action to go through in old school RuneScape, and that's insane. It is truly deranged that continues to be the way that they handle their game. And we know that it doesn't have to be that way. We know that they have the technology to improve things. But if they change things, it would be different. And some people would have some things to say about that. You're gonna have to do a sub-tier list for every game in UFO 50. I did the UFO 50 tier list. You can find that on the UFO 50 Part 6, I think, was the final standalone UFO 50 stream. But yeah, OSRS is very cool and very interesting. It has a lot of unique things about it. A lot of things about it that games just don't do, for better and for worse. I continue to enjoy playing OSRS. I'll usually play it in bursts. I won't play a ton of RuneScape at a time, with an exception here. But I continue to enjoy my experience going through old school RuneScape. I've been very oriented towards, like, just focused on quests. You know, slowly but surely developing my main account, and when I do stuff on my main account, when I focus when I do stuff on my main account, then it feels like it matters more. So I'm paying attention, like I'm reading the quest dialogue and stuff like that. I feel a little more attached. But it still has all of the problems that you would expect old school RuneScape to have. Run energy continues to be a mechanic that feels pointless in many ways. It feels like the game does not have to be that way, and should not be that way. There's a lot of grinds in that game that still feel slow and clunky, and they're getting better. Like, that's the thing about OSRS, is that OSRS gets better more frequently than any other MMO. Final Fantasy XIV, you have these big splashy expansion packs. You have this huge story. But RuneScape is just always chugging along. It's always got something cooking. It's always got, it has a new skill. An entirely new skill is being added to old school RuneScape, aka 2007 Scape. It's crazy, and I continue to wish Jagex the best. Like, they added a new continent last year, and that new continent has a lot of really cool stuff to do, and it looks nice. It's cool. It's going into A tier. Because I like it a lot, but it still has a lot of issues. And then we get to Leagues. Leagues is just... it's so much fun. It is so much fun to experience the vast amount of content that RuneScape has to offer at an accelerated rate. It's so much fun to experience it with, like, weird, cool, like, broken abilities that let you just completely break so many of the, like, points of progression and mechanics and intended solutions and all. Like, it's so much fun. And it gives you so much really cool guidance. Like, with MMOs, it can be hard to figure out what you ought to be doing, especially if they are more open, like RuneScape is. Like, I've tried going back to Warframe a couple of times, and every time, I have no fucking idea what I'm supposed to be doing. I have no idea, like, what would get me progression, like, what would make me stronger. I have no idea what content is, like, considered a waste of time. I have no idea what content is considered outdated. Because there's a lot of stuff that is outdated. There's a lot of stuff that is just not worth doing in Warframe, and it is not good at guiding you towards the things that matter. But Leagues, kick a spider to death. 10 points. There you go. Kill a goblin with a spear. Fantastic. Go do this minigame a little bit. You got it, buddy. Cook a pie. I can do that. And it continues to scale further and further upwards in the scope of the tasks and the difficulty of the tasks. You start off with do one of the first quests in the game that is super fast and super easy, and then it's like, hey, do this raid, do this endgame combat content. And the progression feels relatively natural because you kind of just do things as you feel you are prepared for them. And the new league is so much better than some of the previous leagues, because on top of having all of the broken relics, which are like the major abilities, they introduced combat masteries, which is like a separate progression track with its own tasks to make you better at fighting things. And God, anything that allows me to pay less attention to old school RuneScape combat mechanics is a good thing to me. Every year I try and bring people into playing Leagues with me, because it is so much fun. And hopefully I can wrangle some more people in for the next league, because I've played Leagues for at least 100 hours, and I'm still playing. I'm still having fun. It's just awesome. It's fun. It's just fun. It gives you a great sense of progression. It gives you a lot of ways of comparing your progress with other players, which makes it like a great social thing to enjoy. I love it. I love it. So, with RuneScape out of the way, we've got a trio of ARPGs. We've got Path of Exile, Last Epoch, and Diablo 4. And so I'm going to kind of talk about these three as a cluster here. Path of Exile has been on a lot of people's minds because of Path of Exile 2. My understanding is that Path of Exile 2, it needs some more time in the oven. And that's fine. You know, you're paying $30 for Path of Exile 2, not because it's done, but because, you know, you want early access into it. You wanna get your hands on it as soon as possible. It doesn't have all of the classes available. It doesn't have all of the like story content. It ain't done. And so I am holding off on Path of Exile 2 for a while. I have plenty of other things to play in the interim. But Path of Exile 1, I still enjoyed playing the original Path of Exile this past year. I always do. I do think that Path of Exile 2 is feeling more and more necessary as time goes on, because going back to Path of Exile, it's really like the critical mass of game, like required game mechanics is a lot to deal with. It is very difficult to really appreciate what goes into the end game until you get there. And then once you start seeing, like, alright, what does this build recommend? Oh, you want a double influenced, corrupted implicit 6-link chest piece with these crafted modifiers. And trying to figure out what the fuck any of that means, let alone trying to actually accomplish any of that, is such a rabbit hole. It is so involved trying to figure out how to actually approach the end game. Just playing through Path of Exile 1, it's still fun. It's still great. But as someone who has played through the campaign of that game, you know, dozens of times, maybe like at least 50 at this point, the end game is what you're going in there for, and it is a game that feels more and more like it has become a game that is more and more and more designed around the absolute top percentile of players for trying to do like any of the endgame content. And so I've got my qualms with it. I think it's still good. I think it's still fun. And if you want to play Path of Exile, it's probably a better bet than playing Path of Exile 2. But from the perspective of someone who has played a lot of Path of Exile and who has gone through the endgame song and dance many times, I don't know if I'm ever going back to Path of Exile 1 at this point, just because of the frustration of the song and dance, of figuring out how to do any of the endgame stuff when they have added so many mechanics that are vital to acquiring sufficient power level and all that jazz. So, my personal perspective is that Path of Exile 1 is more of a B. I still had a good time, I still recommend it, but I did not have as good a time with it as I have in the past. Last Epoch. A new entry to, well, I guess it's not entirely new, but I believe it was a 1.0 release for Last Epoch over the last year. I had a good time with it. I think it has some neat mechanics. I think the structure gets a little weird after a certain point. But if you enjoy action RPGs like Diablos and such, then it is another one of those. Some of the unique mechanics, like the way that it kind of prevents you from making a bad build, can be exciting for more casual players. It still has some of the complexity that can be a little unapproachable, but the issue that I had with Last Epoch was kind of that it ended up kind of being the opposite of Path of Exile, because basically all of the options for building your character are good. That means that there are fewer ways of building your character that feel meaningful. If you can't fuck up, and there is no wrong choice, you know, if every option is within a limited range of viability, you know, if any option is as good as any other option, then that means that there is less space for optimization. That means that it is both your choices don't matter endearing and your choices don't matter derogatory, in a way. It is a weird balance to strike of, I did not care as much about my choices because I knew that everything was going to perform fine. And so I was not as excited about any of the choices that I was making because I knew that it wasn't going to change the game. I knew that it was going to be alright. I knew it would make me an expected amount stronger, and that's about it. It's more of a negative take than I would like to give it. I did enjoy it. I had a good time, and I might return to it at some point when I get the ARPG itch. But it's just a B. Like, it's a solid B, like a B plus maybe. I had a good time with it, but it did not feel terribly impactful. And then Diablo 4. Whew. Diablo 4 is not a bad video game. At the very least, in its current state, Diablo 4 is not a bad video game. But the open world design that Diablo 4 took makes its content such a homogenized slurry. Diablo 4 is one of the most 7 out of 10 games that I've ever played in my life, and I don't think that's a good thing. It's enjoyable. I had a good time playing Diablo 4, but there is so much busy work. There are so many checklist items. There are so many... The map is covered in dungeons, but so many of these dungeons are the fucking same dungeon. There's nothing interesting about them, and you want to do all of them at least once, because then you get a little checklist item, you'll get some like unique rewards for completing them, and I love unique rewards. Especially unique rewards that are like, here's a permanent unlock from doing this thing. Normally, I'm all about that shit. And while I was playing Diablo 4, I was all about that shit. I loved, like, looking through and collecting all of these things. But as I started approaching the end game, as I started approaching some of these, like, higher level combat challenges, the thing that really became a stumbling block for me was I was having a good time doing all of the checklist items. It may sound like when I was talking about the game is just all checklist items. I enjoyed that. You know, I'll waste my fucking time like that. I play video games for a living and for fun. I will more than happily waste my fucking time if you give me a big old checklist and make it at least a little entertaining to go through all of the things on the checklist. I'm an idiot. But where Diablo 4 failed me, the thing that caused me to bounce off of the game and the experience as a whole was that it did not enable me to do all of the things on the checklist. Trying to do all of the quests in Diablo 4 fucking sucks, because there are a ton of quests in Diablo 4 that are not marked on your map. And some of them are like random spawn, some of them can start in a couple of different locations, and some of them start from random drops off of enemies. And so I wanted to do every quest, and as I started to like delve into doing every quest, I had reached the point where I had completed every quest that was marked on my map. And as I was starting to look up, just like, alright, Diablo 4 unmarked quests, let's start looking through these, I realized that I had no way of looking at what quests I had already completed. And so not only was I having to look up, like, where these unmarked quests were, and it's not like these were hidden quests. There's like a little progress tracker for every region of the map, and the progress tracker will have like all of the collectibles, and there's like a couple of different collectibles, like all of the exploration, all that jazz. And one of those like completion list trackable things for every region was the quests. And so I knew that I was missing like 3 or 4 quests in this region. And I don't know, like, I didn't know where those quests were, and I didn't know what quests I had already completed in the region. And it drove me fucking insane. If you're going to give me an experience that is so oriented towards, here's this big list of things to do, and you don't enable me to do them, like, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to just wander around the map, killing random mobs, hoping that one of them will drop the item that starts the quest? That quest isn't going to be fun. It's not going to be that engaging. It's a checklist item. I'm not even going to get anything worth my fucking time from doing it. It became a cascade of, like, I just wanted to check things off of the checklist. And the failure for enabling me to do so was like a cascade of like, well, why fucking bother do anything then? Like, what is the point? This was the one thing that I wanted to do. And so, like, the core gameplay is fine, and I think the loot feels like the gear feels more impactful, and it feels more reasonable to, like, see a new piece of gear and, like, be able to tell this is better for me in a meaningful way. Because, like, they completely changed the loot system from launch, and, like, all that stuff, the core gameplay is fine. But the design of the game, like how you approach going through the game and how you complete the game, I think the open world thing was a terrible mistake. And it kind of turns a lot of the game into a slog where it really shouldn't be. Like, if the game were much more linear, like, you know, everybody wants to just immediately compare it to Diablo 2, but even Diablo 3. I think Diablo 3 had a much more engaging, like, loop than, alright, get on your horse and go off to this timed random event that's spawning over here. Like, no. See, it's not D. It's not a bad game. But it's a, it's a, it's a, well, you know? So, that speaks to me as a C tier. Noida! I did not play much of this game outside of the stream that I did of it. And for me, personally, 2024 was a bad year for run-based video games. There were a lot of games this year that I would have enjoyed much, much more if I were more in a mood to approach the run-based shenanigans. And Noida was not the only game to suffer from this. I never went back and finished Cobalt Core. I did not play a huge amount of Balatro. I wanted to play more like Caves of Cud. I wanted to play more Cataclysm. There was a lot of games this year, like this whole auto shooter survival pile. We'll get to that, but overall, this year I was not as engaged with run-based video games. And so Noida comes around, and Noida is... wow, Noida is so extremely that kind of video game. And so I had to go, like, as I'm looking at Noida, as I'm thinking about Noida, so much about it is just... it's not you, it's me kind of thing. I was just not in the mood to play a lot of Noida. And so what I will say about the game is very heavily influenced by me just not being interested in playing a lot of that kind of game. So Noida is a game that rewards experimentation. It's a game that... It is very much a fuck around and find out kind of game. And that's for better and for worse. The highs are so high of what you are able to accomplish in Noida. The wands that you're able to make, you know, you get well, I got explosive resistance and then made a wand that is capable of launching 28 nukes a second. Awesome! I'm happy for you. I'm glad that you're enjoying your experience. But because I was so low on the run-based experience, the early game of Noita, I felt, is generally pretty weak. And the new player experience for Noita has issues. The wand crafting system is really cool. There's a lot of really interesting things that you can do with it. But the fact that you can't just tinker with the effects of the wands wherever and whenever you want, I feel like that detracts from showing the players what is cool about its systems. I wish there was more latitude for complicated wands. A lot of it seems to come down to making a machine gun. Yeah, so while the wand system in Noita is very cool, I had, like, a basic wand in Noita can feel so pitiful. It can feel so bland. It can feel so I am firing, like, uninteresting projectiles at enemies effectively and powerfully, and nothing cool is going on. But the second that I try and do something cool, I am putting myself in danger. You know, if I try and make this basic-ass projectile wand into a fire projectile wand, then I am for sure going to blow myself up. And so it has that risk-reward feeling. It feels very, you know, fuck around and find out. But it's still, like, the runs in Noita can be long. Like, sometimes you end up in a situation where your wand is just bad. And so trying to fight enemies, trying to make progress, you know, well, an explosion happened and then a bunch of sand fell in my way, and, like, now I gotta dig my way out of this thing. And I don't have any wands that are good for digging. And so what am I gonna do about this? It can be a slow game, and a lot of these problems are solved by just knowing more about the game, being better at the game. You know, having a lot more foreknowledge of what makes a wand good. Because something that can be really difficult to learn about this kind of thing is what makes something good. You will have a certain amount of that is obvious just from looking at the numbers, looking at how the thing behaves. But it's a game that has a lot of really cool systems that don't... How do I put this? It feels like once you get going in Noita, once you know what you're doing, once you know how to get past the first couple of areas with relative consistency, then you can start experimenting. That's kind of how it feels. Because experimenting before that point, you are more likely to fuck yourself over, to, like, screw up a perfectly good wand and not realize you screwed it up until you actually get into the next area and see how it performs. It can be difficult to, as a new player, experience what makes the game cool and interesting and fun. And again, I want you all to take this all with a grain of salt, because I personally was not in the mood for that kind of experience. That kind of experience is not necessarily a bad thing, of like working your way up until you get comfortable enough with the basic systems in order to experiment and like really dig into the cool shit. Like, that's how a lot of run-based games work, and that works for a lot of run-based games. But also, if you're not interested in that kind of experience, if you want a more straightforward experience, I want, a beginning, middle, and end kind of experience, then it can be a bit of a hard sell. The Nightmare game mode you unlock after beating the game feels great for new players because it lets you pick between one of 3 high-powered random wands at the start of a run. Huh. Yeah, like, there are things that you can change about the Noita experience with mods, like being able to use a mod to just give yourself the edit wands anywhere perk. Like, that kind of thing does feel like something that could make the game much better, and I'm sure there are plenty of mods that make the game feel better and like make the game more fun without ruining the core experience, without making it super imbalanced or anything like that. But I didn't engage with any of that. I was playing the game as released. And so my experience is based off of that. If I were to go in and boot up Terraria right now at like just totally vanilla Terraria, no modifications at all, there's a lot of problems that I would have with that game that I would not have if I had, some quality of life mods or, maybe a rebalance of some of the early game content and all that. So all of this is to say that I don't think Noita is bad, but I think I was not in the mood for Noita this year. Or last year, I guess. I was not in the mood for something like Noita in 2024. I am leaving myself open to returning to it and explore, like, if I get into a mood for like really digging into that kind of experience, then I think Noita would do a lot of good for me. You didn't unlock the cat upgrade? True. There's a problem that Noita has for moderately experienced players. Beating the final boss becomes pretty easy, but all the harder side content that makes up 75% of the game is so much harder and so much more tedious and arcane. Yeah, I think part of that issue comes up with a lot of run-based games that have been in active development for a long time. We're pretty happy with the starting the game to beating the game experience. And the people that we are making more beyond that for have gone through that just beating the game regularly experience so many times that we have to like really make it more involved. We have to make it also, like, making it more difficult to encounter is kind of an important balancing mechanic in a way, because you don't want people to stumble across weird niche side things that are supposed to be done like once you're really experienced, once you really know what you're doing. Because the issue with that becomes a player might assume that is... a player might then assume that is something they are supposed to be doing, and then get caught up in doing something that they really shouldn't be doing. That's one of those weird game design things that you don't really think about too much until you start looking into it. And I'm sorry, Noida, that so much of the discussion about you became me talking about run-based game design in general, but we're kind of setting up a couple of other things on the list, using you as an example. I'm amazed by how many Minecraft players have not killed the dragon. Yeah, it can be kind of weird to figure out how you're supposed to do that, and why you would want to do that. Game design is weird. Also have a problem with games where it feels like you, a single player trying to avoid spoilers, have no chance figuring out all the cool secrets. Yeah, we'll get to that point as well. But yeah, Noida. I'm putting Noida into B tier because that was my experience with Noida. Of this is a cool game that I don't want to play right now. So, moving on from Noida, I'm sure stuff about Noida will come up again, but let's have a far more straightforward talking about a video game experience, and let's look at PictoQuest. PictoQuest is boring as hell. Do the easiest, babiest, like 5x5 Picross puzzles for a long time with the most tacked on RPG mechanics. The art wasn't very good, the translation was poor, the mechanics were not interesting, and it was a lot of trudging through like a very basic world map to do more 5x5 Picross puzzles. It's not good. Sorry, PictoQuest. When did you play this game? I played that game in the same stream that I played Chimera Puzzle Island, which fucking rules! This is one of the best Picross games I've ever played! Chimera, or Chimera, I'm gonna say Chimera, with a K. Chimera Puzzle Island is fantastic. It's very stylish, it has a fantastic soundtrack, it has fun writing and like cute characters, and it has the thing where it's like, oh, these characters are from another game, like these are pre-existing characters that will refer back to things that happened, but for the most part, context clues kinda give you everything you need to know, because there's not a lot of complex storytelling going on. You were gonna grab that? I think even off sale it is quite cheap. And I would say it's worth it. It has fun little customizations that you can do for, you know, you can turn your cursor into, like, you can get little different cursors. You can turn certain icons into like a burger for when you're doing your puzzle solving. They've got fun little animations of the characters while you're doing your puzzle. Like on the side, like you'll be doing your Picross puzzle and then over here a character will just be like a little groove into the music. And it has a variety of gameplay modes. It has the story mode, where you are following a progression and meeting a variety of characters and, you know, attaining goals and all of that. You're completing puzzles that are relevant to what's going on in the story, and that's all cute. It's very cute. And then it also has gameplay modes that are much more oriented towards, hey, you just want to do some 15 by 15s? I'm like, fuck yeah, I do. And then it has the mosaic mode where you're doing smaller Picross puzzles in order to form a larger image. Just a lot of fun stuff. It's a cheap, small game that has a lot of character, a fantastic soundtrack, like solid Picross mechanics. One of, if not my favorite Picross game. I love Chimera. And I'm thinking, like, is this an A or an S? Like, I don't really have a whole lot of... I don't have a whole lot bad to say about it, other than, like, you know, it's small, it's, you know, it's pretty basic, but I don't think that's a problem. I think Chimera just rules. I think this is an S. Fantastic little Picross game. Love it. Oh, man. Hey, Noida, we're coming back to you for a moment here, because we have hit another bundle of games I just wasn't that into playing this year. So, let's talk about Shapes, because Shapes is the factory game that I played the most this year. Or Shapes 2, specifically. I think Shapes 2 is a fantastic, like, condensation, a condensed... Yeah, I say condensation, but it's like, no, not the side, not when your drink gets wet. It is a condensing of a lot of factory game mechanics in a way that makes it feel approachable in a way that I really liked. You can really envision Shapes 2 being someone's first factory game and them enjoying it quite a lot. Because it starts you out with the absolute fundamentals of you know, this sort of logic game. Hey, I need you to take this shape and cut it in half and throw the half into the void, into the wormhole. I can do that. And you start doing it. And then as you're doing it, you know, you're learning various ways of influencing parts of the very simple process. You have your devices that mine the shapes, and then you have your devices that destroy half of the shape. And then you also, you know, you do a little bit of that, and then it's like, okay, now I need you to rotate the shape a little bit, because then I only want a quarter of it. So you cut the shape in half, and then you rotate it, and then you cut the shape in half again. Oh, okay, I get it. And then you're doing some other stuff for a while. You know, you're stacking shapes, you're rotating them, and then recombining them to make various different shapes. And that's fun, that's great. And then you see, oh, I don't have to destroy half of the shape. I can get a thing that lets me just split the shape into two shapes. Oh. It has a very smart progression of teaching you ways to do things and being excited about figuring out a better way to do things. And I think what helps a lot is that the game teaches you to not get invested in legacy systems. You're done making that shape? Great. We're doing something completely different. all of that shit that you just put together, you can just delete it. Just get rid of it. Here, I'll give you a tool. I'll give you a selection tool that says, hey, anything that is connected to the big old pile of machines that were making that one shape, anything that was connected to any part of that will get selected, so you can just hit the delete key and it's gone. And that's awesome. Being able to... having the game encourage you to start fresh and just like, hey, you're doing something new. Like, unless you've already got like 75% of the way there with the machines that you already have put together, what do you need them for? You've probably figured out a better way to do things. Maybe you unlocked an upgrade that changes the ratios for various things. Maybe you unlocked a new machine that allows you to do something in a way that you couldn't do before. Get rid of all that shit. You don't need that old shit. Put together something new, something fresh, something exciting. Try something different this time. The game is so incredibly good at that. I did not finish Shapes. I believe I got to the point of unlocking trains because, like, the scope of the game had just gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. And it got to the point where it was overwhelming, and so I fell off of it, but I had a fantastic time with Shapes 2 up to that point. So I think Shapes 2 is a really great factory building experience, and especially if you are way more about just the pure logistics. You don't have to worry about, you know, running out of circles. You don't have to worry about running out of squares. You just have to worry about your throughput, and you can do various things that will improve your throughput, and a lot of that stuff is just really reliant on... I could go out and start mining this shape from this asteroid over here and processing it to do this thing that I'm trying to accomplish, or I can just reconfigure the mining operation that I already have for that shape over here to just... I don't need half of a star shape. I already have a quarter of a star shape. I'm just gonna try and make that quarter of a star shape operation bigger. And you can do that. It feels very personal in that way. I think Shapes 2 is really great. Is it an S? I had a really great time with Shapes 2. It can live in S. Maybe S will get too crowded and it gets bumped down to an A. But I think Shapes 2 was a great experience. I would highly recommend it to any folks who enjoy factory building games. But with the asterisk of you have to be into it for the factory building experience. While Satisfactory and Factorio offer stuff beyond that. They might not have as pure a factory building experience, but they have their own appeals to it. So, Satisfactory. I tried to start a new multiplayer factory stream series, like I've done in the past, where, you know, I get some friends and every week, once a week, for a few hours, we'll work on some factory stuff. And Satisfactory 1.0 has a lot of really cool shit in it. a lot of really a lot of stuff that I am still excited to go back and experience at some point. But my heart wasn't in it. And I apologize to anyone that was looking forward to Satisfactory, like either playing with me or watching the streams or what have you. My heart wasn't in it. After that first stream ended, I thought about... I had a moment where I thought about, like, what am I going to get up to next week? And my brain's response was, I don't know. And when my brain has that response, I know that something is wrong. I know that something, like, I don't actually want to play this right now.
3 years, miss.
Hell yeah, three years, miss. Thank you very much for the resub, Ash. But yeah, it's absolutely nothing against Satisfactory or any of the people that I did that first stream with. It just hit me that it's like, actually, I don't want to play this right now. It was a weird experience. I don't experience that often. Especially with streams and all that. But the Satisfactory just really got shafted over by me being like, eh. And yeah, there was factors beyond that. I wanted to be clear that the number one reason why I fell off of Satisfactory was I just didn't want to play it right now. And I hadn't played 1.0 at all leading up to this. But there were a lot of other people that when 1.0 first launched, that was all they fucking did for like a month. There was a lot of people who played a lot of Satisfactory before I finally got around to trying to put together a multiplayer stream series for it. And so there were a bunch of people who were just like, yeah, maybe I'll join. And they're not fucking joining. They've played 100 hours of Satisfactory 1.0 over the last month. So a lot of people, you know, I was slow to the draw because I didn't want to stream it when 1.0 first came out, and then by the time finally came around, I was like, oh yeah, let's try it out. A bunch of people had burned themselves out on it, and a bunch of people just felt satisfied with their experience up to that point, and you know that happens. So, maybe 2025 will be the year of getting back to Satisfactory, but I'm not really in any rush. So, Satisfactory, you get to hang out in the pile of B-tier games where it's like, you know, I'm just not into it right now. And while we're at it, Factorio gets to live there too. I played more Factorio than I played Satisfactory in 2024. And I did have some fun with it, but I didn't stick with it to any great degree. I had a couple of, I took a couple of runs at starting a space exploration playthrough, and I never have any grand designs of thinking that I'll actually get to the end of space exploration. You know, who possibly could? But there was just something about Factorio where I was in the mood, I got it, I started playing, I put, 10 or a dozen hours, not 10 dozen. I put some hours into it, I had a good time, but then a day came where I look at it in my Steam library and I'm like, I think I'm done with this for now. It was it just a good pile of games. I don't know why the ennui was striking me so much in 2024. Factorio will not be the final victim of that. But I think 2024, as we continue to make our way down the list, I think 2024 was a year where I felt a lot more strongly about experiences with a story that I start and experience and finish. Or, if there's not necessarily a core story to follow, then a much more direct, linear, focused progression. Now, there are more open experiences that I enjoyed quite a lot, and there were more linear experiences that I just wasn't interested in. But I think this year the genres that suffered a lot from my mood going through the year were run-based games and more open, more creatively driven games. More games that wanted me to put in a lot into it creatively. Satisfactory and Factorio, those are games that want you to put a lot of yourself into them. They are games that you are making so many decisions about how you want to approach these issues. You are making so many decisions about throughout every step of the process of how do I want to do this, and not just how do I want to do this, but how do I want to do this in a way that I am setting myself up for success in the future. And I think taking out that second aspect of how am I setting myself up for future success, I think that was something that made me enjoy Shapes as much as I did. Shapes having so much more of all that old shit, just tear it down. Just start fresh. Start something new. I think that helped a lot with how I was just feeling when it came to gaming in 2024. Striking while the iron is frozen. Yeah. So, when it comes to the topic of games with, like, more linear games with a defined start, middle, and end, let's talk about Devil May Cry. I played the whole dang series in 2024 and had a fantastic time doing it. I had never played, let alone finished, Devil May Cry 1 or Devil May Cry 2. Or DMC, but we'll get to that. And going back and experiencing Devil May Cry 1 was such an interesting experience. DMC 1 is... you can really see how that game and the way that game did things really shaped the whole character action genre moving forwards. You can also kind of see in a couple of places how it was originally made as a... like... you can see a lot of the ties between Devil May Cry and Resident Evil in DMC 1. But that game felt so important as I was playing through it. So many enemy designs, so much of its encounter design and the weapon design, so much of Devil May Cry 1 felt so important. It felt so impactful. There was so much in that game that I recognized, not necessarily in direct reference to, but in like design influence in so many other games that I love. You know, obviously Bayonetta, but just the way that a lot of action games these days will handle certain things, the way that certain things feel, and also a lot of the mistakes that character action games still make. You could feel them in Devil May Cry 1. Now, how is the game itself? It's fine. There are aspects of it that have definitely aged poorly. There are aspects of it that... certain boss fights that felt cool and challenging in ways that they didn't in some of the later entries, but so many things. Devil May Cry 1 is a game that you play to appreciate Devil May Cry 3 and 4 and 5. It's a game that you play to appreciate those games more, not necessarily a game that really stands on its own. The Citizen Kane of character action games. Yeah! You know what? You're exactly right. You go back to it, and you're like, wow, I get it. I don't love it, but I get it. And so it's a game that I really appreciate. And I don't know if I will go back and replay it ever. But I'm very glad that I played it. And I think that's worthy of a B, at least. And then we get to the DMC2 is best. It's the best at being not good. The genes, though. Oh god, don't make me think about the fucking diesels. Oh god. Diesel fit Dante looks so fucking bad. He's such a fucking jabroni. It's embarrassing. The diesel fit is embarrassing. Okay. Can't separate DMC1 from memories of sitting in your college dorm room, grinding out bosses on Dante Must Die. Especially if you're playing that game before DMC3, I can absolutely envision getting hella into DMC1. Are diesels a brand of shoe? Diesels are primarily a brand of jeans, but they are a fashion brand, first and foremost. But DMC2, there's a lot of things about DMC2 that I appreciate. There's a lot of things about DMC2 that, like, I see what you were going for. But there's also a lot of things about DMC2 that feel like a waste of effort. The number of bosses in that game that you can beat entirely just by taking out Ebony and Ivory and mashing the shoot button from across the room is embarrassing. And there were plenty of instances where it would have, plenty of things that would have made it faster. It would have been faster if I went over and hit them with my sword, but would it have been more interesting? I don't know. I think a lot of those boss fights were kind of just bland at its core. I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. I didn't play as the other character. Maybe the other character is more fun to play as. But I use sword when bullet do trick. Yeah, basically. There were things about DMC2 that I enjoyed, and things that made me laugh. D for Diesel. Does DMC2 deserve a D? I mean, it doesn't deserve a D. Parentheses, endearing. There are things about that game that I enjoyed. There are things about playing through that game that I enjoyed. I had a good time playing through DMC2, but I think it's totally fair to put DMC2 in D for Diesels, because a lot of the things that I enjoyed about DMC2 were not to the credit of DMC2. I feel bad. I feel bad about that one. That one might get a bump up to a low C later, but it's not good. It's not a good game. Dismal. DMC3. DMC3 is a classic. You're not gonna find a character action game enjoyer out there who does not appreciate DMC3 at some level. It's got a real solid core to its gameplay. It has a lot of freedom of expression in the ways that you can play that game. The various weapons, being able to get good at using so many of these weapons. Like, getting better at using the different weapons in DMC3 feels so good. It feels like you really feel your improvement at playing the game over the course of the game. There are issues with the various aspects of DMC3's design It's an issue that comes up a lot in games with upgrade systems of you enjoy using this one weapon, and so you dump all of your upgrades into that one weapon. And then, no other weapon is going to feel as good as that weapon because they are not upgraded. And so now you have this one weapon that's way better than the others, and the Devil May Cry games do suffer from that and I think 3 is particularly notable for this. They moved away from that kind of thing in the later entries, but it hits the hardest in 3 because there are some weapons that you simply get the weapon too late to really dig into and enjoy it, because not only have you upgraded the other weapons, but you've gotten used to their movesets, you've gotten good at using them. And so weapons that you get late, weapons that are expensive to upgrade, all that jazz, that kind of mechanic, the game suffers from the core of the game being so encouraging of experimentation, and like trying out these new weapons and learning what makes these weapons cool, what makes these weapons work. those parts of the game are so strong, but then you have... Yeah, but I've already upgraded Rebellion a lot, so I'm just gonna keep using Rebellion. I was like, yeah, I guess. Sad when you get new stuff that can only be used for the last 20% of the game. Yeah. So... It has some of the classic downsides, but even so, DMC3 is really, really great. I think going for, like, full mastery of the game, there are a lot of aspects of the game that reward you for really investing, really buckling down, and trying to get as good at the mechanics as you can be. Getting an S rank in these games feels good. It like, when you see that big gold S appear on the screen, it's like, yeah. It's like, yeah, I'm doing good. I am getting better at the game. You feel it. And that's what makes the Devil May Cry series such a classic video game series is its ability to nurture that feeling. Because they are difficult games, but they are difficult in a way that wants you to get better. And that's what's important about difficult video games. The best difficult video games are ones that are not just difficult for the sake of being difficult, not difficult for bragging rights, not difficult, but difficult because they are offering this challenge to you as a way of encouraging you to get better at the game. Learning more about the systems, learning more about, like, learning about the enemy types so that you can handle them better, learning about your weapons, learning about your moves and your abilities to make the most of all of these options that are afforded to you. DMC3 does have the issue of some parts of that game are too hard. Some, like, the Cerberus fight is probably too difficult for where you encounter it in the game. But even so, I think DMC3 is a game that is worth its level of difficulty. And also, just, the game's fucking cool. Dante is fucking cool. Virgil is fucking cool. Lady is fucking cool. It's a rockstar-ass video game. It's cool. It's fun, and it's cool, and it's stylish, and it's great. Now, do all of the DMCs get put into S? Well, all of the DMCs that I like. So, 3, 4, and 5. It might be a case of 3 and 5 get into S. 4 might be an A, because I love 4. The Devilbringer, love the Devilbringer. I love the Devilbringer, and my experience playing through it on stream made me really appreciate Nero's sword. What is his sword called again? Playing through DMC4 again, after having played DMC5 in the past, and playing 1, 2, and 3 leading up to it, made me really appreciate Nero's systems a lot more than I did the first time. And I enjoyed DMC4 a lot the first time I played through it. DMC4 got me into character action games way more than DMC3 did, because it was much more approachable. Red Queen, yes, thank you. The revving mechanic on the Red Queen and the moveset of the Red Queen. I had never, leading up to this stream, I had never really appreciated them. But then when people told me about moves that were good, when people told me, like, oh man, you gotta try out Combo C, and I just never really put the time into learning combos with delays in them. I always felt that they didn't feel right. Devil May Cry owes a lot to Hi-Fi Rush for developing in me an appreciation for delay combos. But once I started landing those, like, the perfect timing for revving up his sword, and once I started getting into the groove, getting those moments where I would land a hit and then exceed charge, and then land the next hit and exceed charge, and land the next hit and exceed charge. That felt so good. It feels real good. Like, they found a way to add this extra layer on top of how good the combat in these games already felt, of just really laying into a motherfucker. And like with the Devil Bringer, just like yoink them up to you and then slam them to the ground and then yoink them back up and then like do a slam back to the ground where you're going with them, and then you just keep going. You just don't stop hurting them. Once you get into that groove, like, DMC4 was so good at giving you that feeling of just like, we're not done yet. This is still going. This is still happening. This combo is not stopping. And then having Exceed on top of that for giving you this just the little extra bit of optimization opportunities, and like low cost. If you fuck up the Exceed timing, then whatever. But if you get it, oh, you get this big revving sound effect. You get this instant filling of this big flaming meter in the corner, and then you land your next hit, and it's this big, flashy, flaming, like, spin slash or whatever. It's so cool. With all of that said, I think DMC4 has some of the weakest encounter design and puzzle design of the mainline entries. I think while DMC4 is a fantastic video game, I think it is notably weaker than 3 and 5. I think the encounter design... I think there are far more, like, fights and rooms in DMC4 that are just annoying to go through. A lot more encounters that are just like, this. Alright, just like a certain enemy shows up. It's like in Bayonetta when the flaming enemies show up. It's just like, okay, alright. You don't want me to melee these guys. Alright, cool, great. It's not like I was having a good time meleeing them or anything. And so, DMC4 is still a cool and very good video game, but a lot of what makes it great is Nero's moveset. And if you want to enjoy Nero's moveset, you're gonna go back and play DMC5 again. you're not going to go back and play DMC4 for Nero's moveset, because DMC5 has everything that makes Nero cool and awesome and fun to play, and more. DMC4 has the best thumbnail. The DMC4 thumbnail of Kyrie doing the fucking pog on the side is really great. The fact that you got into the Exceed timing often made it way more hype. Yeah. So, I like DMC4 a lot. DMC4 is really great. But some of its design has its issues. And some sections, when you're playing as Dante, like, I love that they added, like, on-the-fly style switching, and that stuff was a lot of fun to fuck around with. Dante has some cool weapons. Dante also has some really lame weapons. Or weapons that don't feel like they are worth the effort to learn, because they're like the barrier to entry is unreasonably high for some of his weapons. But some encounters in DMC4 did not feel like they were designed around doing them as Dante in a downer way, a way that just felt like, I wish I were playing as Nero right now. DMC Devil May Cry almost broke my fucking computer. DMC Devil May Cry made my computer act. DMC made my computer act like it was doing some shit that Dracula Flo was talking about doing. I don't know what was going on. I don't know why it was behaving that way, but... And it wasn't just running poorly, and it wasn't just, like, fucking up OBS. My entire computer felt like it was about to fucking explode while I was playing DMC. Aside from those issues, I think DMC Devil May Cry had some... DMC drugged my computer. DMC Devil May Cry has some interesting things going on mechanically. They don't feel like Devil May Cry things. They feel very different. They felt more like... They felt different. And there were some things that felt cool. Some things that I would have... I wouldn't have minded, like, playing more of it if it didn't run like that. But... I think the vibe they were going for with the game was terrible. I think... What did people call him? Virgin? The Virgil who goes on Reddit? Just... They took so many things that were cool and made them so uncool. So, even if there were ways of me going back in and, like, trying to give that game the benefit of the doubt and, like, explore what is cool about it, because I do believe that game has redeeming qualities. I just nothing about the aesthetics or what I saw of the story made me interested in going back. So, that's a D. I'm putting it below Devil May Cry 2. I would replay Devil May Cry 2 again before I would play a good version, before I would play a functional version of DMC Devil May Cry. Did I show you Virgil's Devil Trigger, which is just a hollow from Bleach? Wow. Yeah, it doesn't sound great. And then Devil May Cry 5 is just... oh, one of the best character action games, one of the best action games there's ever been, and probably ever will be. All three of the characters are a lot of fun to play. They all feel very unique. Nero and Dante feel like their movesets expand on their movesets from earlier games in meaningful and impactful ways that make them even more fun to play as. The story is really interesting. It's really engaging. You feel invested in these characters, even though there are ridiculous things going on. It still has that same over-the-top feeling while also feeling so much more personal. This story about... it's a story about family. And the Devil May Cry series has always been about family in one way or another. But it manages to have this story with these characters that are too cool for school. These characters who will be aloof and over the top and, you know, so above everything that they are engaging with. It manages to make all of these characters, and I'm not just talking about the protagonists, but, you know, all the lady characters as well, including Lady. All of the female cast also feel like they have the same energy as the male leads. And that's great. All of those characters also feel like they are cool and competent, like they belong there. The only female character who doesn't feel like she belonged in, like, the story in the game was Kyrie, and that's fine. Kyrie is just a normal lady. She's Nero's girlfriend that's waiting back home. And that's fine. Like, she didn't need to be involved or invested, but she still felt like Kyrie felt very important in that story, in that she was grounding Nero in some ways. Like, Nero felt like he had grown between 4 and 5 as a result of him settling down with Kyrie. And so every character felt important. Every story event felt meaningful. And it leads up to this final climax between these three characters that has just so many fucking incredible moments, and so many of these incredible moments are told diegetically. There are so many incredible things that happen towards the end of the game that happen because you do them. When you hit the devil trigger, that's you doing that. But then when you do that, cool ass shit happens. It is a culmination of all of the things that the series does well, and it brings them to even higher highs. It makes all of these all of the gameplay systems, the storytelling, the characters, everything just works. And it works so well. So DMC5 is pretty far up there. It might it might be above leagues. It had been a long time since I had played through DMC5 originally, but playing through it again, just wow. Dead weight turning things into dead meat. Hell yeah. Just like Nero developing this chip on his shoulder, and then not only like working through it, but overcoming it in a way that Dante is just like, damn kid, alright. Can't say anything about that. You got me. So good. So good. Like, I'm a big fan of character action games, obviously, and that, you know, Hi-Fi Rush is one of my favorite video games of all time, period. And so it is probably not a huge surprise that I think this highly of DMC5. Now let's take DMC5's pace of high octane, high action, high impact, flashy, stylish. Let's pull that way the fuck back. We gotta turn all those dials way down, because it's time to talk about Morrowind. Morrowind is a very cool video game, but it is hella not cool in a Devil May Cry way. Morrowind is cool in a... Morrowind is cool in a very well-written fantasy novel way. Morrowind does a lot of things in very interesting ways. It really approached the concept of this open world, like, exploration heavy RPG. It really explored what that kind of thing could mean moving into the, like, a period where full 3D was the norm. You know, Elder Scrolls Arena and Daggerfall, like, those games were still doing this. But also, you had other games that were doing that kind of thing at the time. You had, you know, the Might and Magic games and the Sorcery games and stuff like that. But Morrowind took a lot of lessons from those games. It took a lot of aspects of what, like, these exploration-heavy RPGs were doing at the time, and it attempted to refine them, it attempted to redefine them in some ways, and it did so while having a really interesting setting. A lot of really interesting story. You know, a lot of people, when they think of these Bethesda RPGs, you know, when they think about Elder Scrolls, what will pop into a lot of people's minds are, like, either Skyrim being this big, flat, open, like, nothingness of just like, there's nothing real of real substance here. This is just like, you know, going into a cave that loops around so that you go back, like, this cave just is a big circle, and you go through the big circle, and then you're popped right back out at the start, and then that's it. And there's a lot of that in Skyrim. Some people will think about Cyrodiil, they'll think about Oblivion, where it's just some basic bitch forested countrysides. Morrowind did not feel like that, and going back and playing Morrowind, I really came to understand the Morrowind purists a lot more. The people who set Morrowind as the standard for these open world exploration heavy RPGs. The writing in that game is really cool. There's a lot of super interesting stuff going on in that world. There's a lot of very interesting things that world does. You know, there wasn't fast travel there wasn't fast travel in the way that fast travel exists now. You could not open up your map, click on an icon, and instantly teleport there. Or, you know, not instantly, but, you know, some time will pass and you will travel functionally instantly over there. You had to learn how to get around, and that felt meaningful. You had to learn the ins and outs of ways, like how things in this world work. You know, what can I get away with? What am I capable of doing? And it's a game that had a lot of things in it that you would not really think about as intended solutions or intended mechanics. If you started with Oblivion like I did, and then moved on to Skyrim, then going back to Morrowind, you might not really get things like, oh, I can't go up and talk to this wizard unless I can fucking fly. You need to be able to levitate. And then just the concept of having levitate spells and effects in general are like, what? That's insane. But in Morrowind, that's just a thing you could do, and it was a thing that you were expected to do. Levitate was not some super special ability that only, you know, the most powerful or most unique, or, you know, even something like, oh, this is something only the player can do. No. The levitate spell is something that is taken into account in society in Morrowind. These fucking wizards, they don't want to talk to you unless you know enough about magic to levitate. No, we're not going to put stairs in our wizard towers. If you can't levitate, we don't want to talk to you. We do not want to give you the opportunity to bother us. We're doing wizard shit. Leave us alone. Think about Elder Scrolls Online, where you get the Grand Tour of Tamriel and a lot of the crazy shit. Yeah, I've been thinking about maybe going back and visiting Elder Scrolls Online again, but I think part of what made me bounce off of Elder Scrolls Online was that the Khajiit in Elder Scrolls Online don't look very good. Maybe they've done like an update or something, but it's a hard sell when the cats don't look cool. You know, either make them look interesting or make them look hot. One of the two. But Morrowind is such an interesting video game. It's such an interesting experience. There's so much about the writing. And I keep talking about the writing and the world building because that's what you play Morrowind for. Because the combat, like, the likelihood of having a bad time with the combat in Morrowind is pretty decent. Because how does the combat in Morrowind work? Well, you try and hit the enemy with your chosen method of chosen form of combat, you know, mage, ranged, or melee. And, like, if you hit them with a melee attack, then it rolls your accuracy. And if your accuracy isn't good enough, then you hear, whoof, and your attack did nothing. And then you have a little stamina meter, and if your stamina gets low, it's not like, oh, you don't have enough stamina to attack. When your stamina gets low, you just suck at everything. And so managing your stamina is something that you actually have to keep in mind. But doing that isn't very fun. And a lot of the core gameplay systems in the game can be subverted in so many ways. Like, if you want to break a video game, Morrowind is fantastic for that, you know? Even outside of doing the classic, I made a potion that boosts my intelligence, and now that my intelligence is higher, I can make a stronger potion that boosts my intelligence, and just do that until you can then make a potion that gives you 1,000 strength, 1,000 agility, makes you levitate like super fast, so you can just like turn into a jet airplane and then, you know, just completely shatter any balance about the game. Even outside of that, it's the way that the leveling system works. You can really fuck with the way that the leveling system works to just become extremely overpowered just by getting way more stats every level than you're expected to. And then there are ways of earning unreasonable amounts of money faster than you're supposed to, and then you can use that money to just spend all of your money getting training, so you can get 100 in basically every skill and 100 in basically every stat just by knowing where the trainers are. And so I went into the game trying to avoid that kind of thing. I was aware of that kind of thing, but I tried to avoid that kind of thing. And I enjoyed my experience with it. But I have reached a point in Morrowind where I have, like, my character is super, super strong. Like, they have 100 in basically every combat skill that I care about. They have 100 in every stat but luck. And there's a lot of cool, interesting things that I could be doing like, now that my character is super strong, and I could just go around and basically do whatever I want. But it's kind of tough to go back and do all of this stuff when there is that feeling of, yeah, I could do all these quests, but what am I going to get out of it? I mean, I'm already basically as strong as I'm going to be. And so it's a game that's worth experiencing. It's a game that's worth, like, checking out just to explore the world and see how the game uses its mechanics, see how the game, like, just, you gotta be into it for the exploration aspect and for the narrative aspect. Not necessarily the main story. The main story is cool, but you gotta be into reading dialogue boxes, because there's not a lot of voiced dialogue in that game. There's a lot of reading text boxes, and if you want to learn lore, whoo boy, the game will keep track of everything that anyone has ever said about certain topics. And it's like, oh right, this town. All right, let me look up what I've heard about this town, and what, like, the knowledge that I have stored in my little diary about this town is not the fucking encyclopedia entry about, you know, here is everything to know about this town. It is, here is what a bunch of people I have talked to said about this town. And that's cool. That's really interesting. And so I think I'm putting Morrowind at an A. It's like a low A because the gameplay wasn't very good, but I enjoyed my experience with it quite a lot. Skyrim, every now and then, I'll get in my head. I'm gonna reinstall Skyrim, I'm gonna mod it the fuck up, and then I'm just gonna play through Skyrim. Hasn't happened yet. I'm hopeful that it'll happen someday. I have been plucking away at my current pile of mods that I have on Skyrim, just like trying to cut down on some that I don't actually care about, and trying to get it into a state where I feel comfortable just sitting down and playing it, and not having to worry about going back and digging into the mod list and like, no, I don't actually want this, I want this instead. Just like... And I think currently I have it at a point where I can sit down and play and enjoy Skyrim. Heavily modded. I'm using a mod list that turns every character into an anthro of some kind. So there's, like, the Nords are, like, wolf people, and so on. I'm hopeful that I can, like, start digging into Skyrim, because I have wanted to play Skyrim. Not just for horny reasons. I've wanted to play Skyrim. Because it's been a long time since I have just played Skyrim. And there's a lot of things in Skyrim that I didn't do during my, like, major playthrough of the game. I want to get into it. So this is like, I'm putting Skyrim as like an aspirational high B right now. Because even with Wabbajax, which will basically just install an entire mod pack for you, even with that, modding Skyrim can still be a pain in the ass. Getting everything just right can still be a huge pain in the ass. And there are certain things about, like, especially the early game in Skyrim, that are still just a pain in the ass. But Skyrim is pretty cool, though. And I do want to play more of it. Oh god, I've still got a lot of games to get through, huh? Yeah, this is why my tier list streams are usually 2 streams, huh? The Argonians look good in Skyrim, so it's a good game. Yeah. Do you need a producer? God, I hope not. Some of these games I will be able to get through quicker, I think. I hope. Okay. Final Fantasy XIV. Stormblood and Shadowbringers. Stormblood is a very cool expansion. But as soon as they send you back to Alamigo, I got fucking bored with it. And getting back into Final Fantasy XIV this year, I picked it up right where I left off. Right at the point where the game sends you back to Alamigo. And I'll admit, there were some points trying to get back into it where I was kind of bored with it. Just, I see where this is going. I get it. I understand. It felt like all of the most important notes of the story they were trying to tell with the expansion had already happened, and for a while, towards the end of that main story, it felt like we were just going through the motions. And so I didn't have an amazing time with the end of Stormblood. There were still cool moments, of course. There were still these great set pieces, great character moments. These moments that felt impactful and felt like they were building towards something. But a lot of what I enjoyed about the end of Stormblood was some cool shit that they were building up to in Shadowbringers. Like, there was this grand mystery about what's going on with these characters, what's going on with this conflict. But all of that was kind of just leading up to... You know, a lot of that was just the story that was leading up to the start of Shadowbringers. And so I didn't really care that much about a lot of things that happened in Stormblood. But Shadowbringers is pretty cool. I don't have a huge amount of things to say about Shadowbringers at the moment, because I'm still working through it. I'm still, I'm partway through it. And I will say that the setting of Shadowbringers is very cool. The story that they are setting up in Shadowbringers is very interesting, and I want to know more about that story. It still has the downside of the leveling experience in MMOs being kinda jank. So much content in MMOs are designed around certain level thresholds. A lot of combat encounters feel balanced around the assumption that you will have your complete kit, like all of the skills that your character will learn over the course of that expansion. And sometimes you have a rebalance of a class's progression that makes it so, oh, this class kind of doesn't feel good during this period now because this period became kind of just a holdover of, there's not a lot of cool new things that you can do right now, but once you hit the level cap for this expansion, it's going to be great. So look forward to that. And it's like, I would love to look forward to that, but I am currently stuck doing like random encounters with an incomplete moveset, and it doesn't feel good. But Final Fantasy XIV is still one of the best MMOs out there. It's fantastic, and the fact that it has a genuinely very good story that feels worth following, where you feel invested in the outcomes of conflicts and you feel invested in these characters that you've come to know and appreciate. Final Fantasy XIV is really strong, but I keep falling off of it. So clearly something is not sticking. So, you know, grain of salt, I think Final Fantasy XIV is very good, but you need a character that makes you horny? I have one! My Hrothgar lady is hot. Well, actually, my Hrothgar lady, I generally find her, like, as much cute as hot. I think they did a really fantastic job with the female Hrothgar expressions. I think there's a lot of really fun stuff about... The female Hrothgar have a lot of expressions that you look at them and it's like, aw, kitty! And I think that's great. there are, like, every now and then I will still miss my character being, you know, the same Mikote, the cat girl that I started the quest as, but I was able to settle into the Hrothgar lady. I think it feels right. I think the worst part is that I need to find a new glamour for her, because the old, like, pirate look that I had on the Mikote version does not work quite as well. She's too beefy, she fills it out too much, it doesn't look right. So I need something that works with the beef. So, I guess I put Prodigal and Veritas together for obvious reasons. This is a Veritas is a direct sequel to Prodigal. Both of these games are very cool. I liked Prodigal a lot. It was a very interesting, you know, Game Boy Color era styled Zelda type adventure. It had a cool setting. There was a lot of...
Oh hey Hat, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Tard, for the resub, and I'm happy to be back. I am starting to get a little tired, which I'm worried about. I need the juice. I need to keep talking about video games. Ugh. Okay. Prodigal is a very cool Zelda-like experience. If you enjoy, like, Minish Cap, Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, Link's Awakening, if you enjoy, like, that era of top-down Zelda experiences, you will probably like Prodigal. The setting is cool, the characters are cool, it does a lot of fun things at making you feel more invested in the town. Like, it was very oriented towards, like, you know, based around, you have this one town, and you're learning about the people in it, and the story is very focused on the history of the town and the people of the town. And I think that worked really well, because it kind of gave it almost a Harvest Moon kind of vibe to it, where you're, like, developing the relationships with all of these NPCs. That stuff felt great. Some of the dungeon design was a little janky in some places, and I think some of the endgame puzzles, and especially some of, like, once you get past the first quote-unquote ending of the game, things start getting a little more esoteric and a little more difficult to approach than maybe they should be. Again, one of those issues where, like, a lot of that stuff came in patches after the fact. And I think that content was still good. I still enjoyed that stuff, but there are certain things about the game that I felt like I was trying to do I was trying to do everything, and it still felt like there was a lot of things that I was missing. It still felt like there was a lot of things that I didn't do, things that I didn't do right. And that kind of thing is weird in the kind of game that it is. But even with those downsides to it, I still had a great time with Prodigal. I think the Zelda side of the game was a lot of fun, and I think the, like, talking to people in town and like, learning the plot, like, the storytelling side of the game, I think that was also good. And I also enjoyed how there were certain aspects of the game where it felt like, oh, I shouldn't be able to do this. And then, you know, I had some people that worked on the game hanging out for some of my streams, and it was like, yeah, no, they just left that in. We know that you were able to do that, but that's fine. We are totally okay with you being able to do that. And that's fun. And then we've got Veritas, which still had a lot of the fun aspects of the Zelda side of the game, of the like dungeon delving, like using all of your tools to solve these puzzles and explore these areas, deal these combat encounters, but there were a lot of things in Veritas that I felt just did not work as well. I think the lack of having a hub to, like, there was a hub in between each, like, of the layers of dungeons, but it felt like there were a lot of... It felt like not having this town of people, not having all of these folks that you can go talk to throughout their day-to-day, not having that grounding caused some issues with the feeling of investment I had. I still enjoyed the characters, and I still think the writing is one of the stronger aspects of what this team is capable of. But because the structure of the game is just you are doing dungeon after dungeon after dungeon after dungeon and then you're done, I think the core structure of the game did not feel as good as it did in Prodigal. And it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Weren't the puzzle items super broken in Veritas? Yeah, there were a couple of things in Veritas that you can really fuck around with, and that was fun, and I enjoyed that stuff. I enjoyed having the option to fuck around like that. I think the game benefited a lot from that. Some games would suffer from, you know, being able to just bypass a bunch of puzzles, but I think the option of, like, how you could bypass some of the puzzles made it interesting in, like, oh, it's kind of a puzzle in itself, the way that I am attempting to bypass this puzzle. But I just think the structure of Veritas did not work as well, and hearing that Veritas was originally intended to just be like a DLC add-on kind of thing for Prodigal, like a major content update kind of thing, makes a lot of sense. It felt like a story where you could have gone off and done this and then returned to town and maybe gotten some reactions, but that doesn't necessarily work with the way that the story exists as it does. Like, I'm sure some changes were made to the story and how the story was told to make it work better as a standalone. But I just don't think it's as interesting a game as a standalone experience compared to what Prodigal was. And Prodigal, I'm sure, you know, the scope of the game is much larger. Veritas is a smaller, more focused game. I just did not enjoy Veritas as much as I enjoyed Prodigal. I look forward to what the team is going to do next, whether it's a major content update for Veritas, and, you know, I might dig into that. Or if they're working on the next entry in the series because they've got this grand story that they've got ongoing. They've got a really interesting setting. I want to I want to play more games by that team. I want to continue to see what they make. And so overall, I would put Prodigal somewhere in the A tier. None of these positions are exact, of course. But Prodigal is an A. I think Veritas is more of a B. Highly recommend both of them if you enjoy the Game Boy Zelda style of game, especially Prodigal. You know, if you check out Prodigal and really enjoy it, then Veritas gives you more game to chew on. But at the very least, Prodigal is great. Baba is You. Brain is Melt. I really enjoyed the stream that I did of Baba Is You. Baba Is You is such an exciting puzzle game. It's the kind of puzzle game that, especially me as a game designer, or someone who went to school for game design with an interest in game design, one would hope, Baba Is You is such an exciting game, because you look at Baba Is You, and what you see on the screen tells you exactly what's going on with your current puzzle. You know everything there is to know. It's all in the details. It's all in, well, I know that rock is float, but what does rock is float mean in the context of me trying to solve this puzzle? Trying to break down these puzzles into each individual step that you are trying to take in order to solve the puzzle, in order to, you know, all you need to do is you touch win. What you is can change. What win is can change. Usually it's Baba is you and flag is win. And so Baba needs to touch flag. But both of those things can change, and neither of those things are important to the rules of the game. You can be anything. Win can be anything. And so you can change what win is. You can change what you is. It's all about looking at what is presented to you on the screen and figuring out, like, yeah, I know rock is sink, but if rock is sink, what does rock do to water? Like, does rock is sink mean that it gets rid of the water tile? And then, like, does getting rid of a water tile help? Can I get another rock? Can I get, like, another rock and then the rocks sink into water and then I can make a bridge to push this thing over so that I can use it to get to win? Is that the solution? Or do I need to just make Baba is float to get over the water? But then if Baba is float, then Baba won't touch the flag because flag isn't float, so flag is on the ground and Baba is in the air. How do I stop Baba from float while on the other side of the river? It's a game that is... It's a game that's so much fun to see a new puzzle. It's so exciting to see what the rules are for the next puzzle. because there are so many of these puzzles that have very few moving parts. There are so many puzzles that just have one key thing that the entire puzzle revolves around, and all you need to do is figure out how that thing stops you from win. And how do you win? Whether it's Baba and Flag, or whether it's Rock and Water, or whether it's, you know... Do I need to send Kiki to their death? Like, maybe? And sometimes you will find solutions to these puzzles that, you know, nobody that... You share your story of how you solved this puzzle, and everybody's just like, what, huh? What? That works? And I was like, what do you mean it works? I thought that was the way you were supposed to do it. No, I did it like this. That works? Well, I guess. Like, when you say that it works, and I think about it, it's like, yeah, it works. Why wouldn't it work? But why didn't I think of that? I was too busy thinking about float, or sink, or die, or... It's amazing. It's one of the best puzzle games out there. And it's also a puzzle game that is a lot of fun to, like, talk to people about. Because the verbiage utilized is a lot of fun. It makes you talk like you've had a stroke in a good way. The most heartbreaking thing about Baba is you is watching people talk themselves out of valid solutions. Yeah, well, I mean, they might loop back around. They'll probably get it eventually. It's not you had a stroke in a good way, it's you talk like you had a stroke in a good way, alright? You can't make me say Coolsville sucks. But Baba can't be Rock and you. But what if? Unless? Continuing on the puzzle game train, we have Animal Well. How many more games do you have on this list? A couple. Let's not think about that. Animal Well is a very cool game. Puzzle Metroidvania. Very straightforward. And the puzzles that you are solving in Animal Well are generally not super complex. There's not a lot of Rube Goldberg shenanigans going on in Animal Well. It's very exploration heavy. It's very oriented around... It's very oriented around exploring the world and finding the things. Great. And I enjoyed Animal Well. I played most of it on stream, most of it that isn't associated with ARG shenanigans. We'll get to that. I played most of it on stream and enjoyed my time with it. There were a lot of fun ways to solve various puzzles, and there were some ways of, you know, getting to a puzzle from the wrong side and having to solve it in a weird way because you're approaching it, I guess this was the way that I was supposed to go, but I got around to the other side early somehow, or maybe, like, I just found a secret that took me over here, or maybe, like, is this sequence breaking? Is this progression? Like, am I doing this right? Am I doing this wrong? A lot of fun moments of revelation, a lot of moments that felt like meaningful discovery. there were some really cool puzzles. It has a very pleasing visual design. It feels very cool and comfortable. In most cases, you know, sometimes there's a boss fight, but I never went back to finish Animal Well. And part of it might be that the game was left on a sour note. There was a part in Animal Well where throughout an area that you were exploring, there are sounds of distressed cats. And that's a bad sound. It is an unpleasant, upsetting sound. And there is a way to stop that from happening. But I did not figure that out. And so throughout my experience playing it, while I was in that area, there was this upsetting sound playing. And it really dampened the mood. It really, because not only was I not happy with that sound effect playing, but also there were a bunch of people in chat that were like, I need to leave. Like, I can't handle this. This is really upsetting. And, you know, that's compounding sadness right there. It was bad vibes on top of bad vibes. And so I ended my experience with that being like one of the last things that happened in my playing of that game. And so I know if I were to go back in, I could do the thing to like help the cats, to rescue the cats, and then no more sad sound effect, and I was pretty close to the end of the game. So I would be able to jump back in. I would have to relearn a bunch of exploration things, you know, where various things are, what I was doing, what puzzles I was in the middle of, what puzzles I hadn't actually solved yet. I would have to go through a bunch of that again, but the game felt good to explore. But, you know, it's just an example of sometimes you just have a moment in a game where it's just like you have this negative recollection, you have this negative connotation to like, oh right, yeah, I was in the middle of dealing with the sad cat noises. And it can be difficult to overcome that kind of thing and go back to a game, even if you were enjoying that game. But that aside, I also have some other issues with Animal Well. Animal Well does some ARG nonsense. It does some, hey, here is a puzzle that you are hella not supposed to like solve on your own. This is supposed to be like a collaborative puzzle solving experience, and it does a lot of cool things with that. Some of the stuff that I saw people talking about when it came to those puzzles in Animal Well, I'm just like, wow, that's amazing. There is some really incredible stuff going on. I'm not gonna do any of that. I'll look up a guide to do some of that. I'm not going to engage in that puzzle solving. But then, you know, I'm just looking up the solution to a puzzle. At that point, why bother? You know, it's here and there. It's really only one puzzle, but it's required for the double secret ending. Yeah. I mean, the reason why I would look up the solution to the puzzles is to see additional content, if that's a thing in the game. and sometimes it will be. It's like, oh, I want to see, like with Prodigal. Prodigal had an ending, and then people were telling me like, oh, yeah, you got to keep going. And I was like, oh, okay. I might not have even thought to in the moment. So, issues aside, I think Animal Well is still a very strong A. Very cool puzzle game, great aesthetics, sad cat noises aside, and really great feelings of exploration and fun puzzles and all that jazz. Very simple tool set that the game gives you, but you're able to use those tools in interesting ways. Animal Well is good if you're looking for, an exploration-heavy, puzzle-heavy kind of experience, It's called a Metroidvania, but that is mostly due to the structure of its exploration. It is not super oriented towards you gain new abilities over the course of the game, but it does not feel like the game is entirely driven by that. It is much more focused on the exploration aspect. Oh boy. Let's talk about some run-based games. Let's get back to that topic from earlier. Barony. Barony is a first-person action dungeon crawler. And it's fun. I think some of the fun is missing when you are playing it in single player. It definitely feels like there are aspects of the game that are very well designed around experiencing it with others, because it is designed as a co-op game. I think I would like to try out playing it in multiplayer at some point, but just the idea of someone setting off a boulder trap and me getting collateral damaged across all the way across the floor by that boulder. It seems like the kind of thing that would be frustrating, but would make for memorable, fun moments to share with friends. I didn't play it multiplayer at all. I played it single player. And there are aspects of its core mechanics that can be frustrating. The item identification systems, and especially the alchemy system, can be annoying to work with. Not necessarily bad, not necessarily not worth their time, but just some things are just like, ugh. Some of the minutiae of the exploration aspects, and I wouldn't want those aspects of the game to not be there, because those aspects of the game are what make it interesting. Those aspects of the game make it feel worth playing over similar games. And there aren't a ton of similar experiences, but speaking as a single player experience, it just has some mechanics that don't feel worth the time investment that the mechanics warrant. The alchemy system is quite annoying and feels like you need to use it. but using it did not feel good. And surely that would be less of an issue if you were splitting up alchemy duties and item identification duties and all of that between a team of players. The core combat feels very dungeon crawler-esque in a good way. It doesn't feel amazing. It's not like high action kind of stuff, and it doesn't feel like it should be. It feels methodical. It feels like you are using resources to deal with enemies rather than just you're hitting the enemies better. Because unless you're playing as a skeleton, every moment that you spend that isn't moving on to the next floor is every moment that you spend is more and more hunger that is building up. And so you need to take into consideration, is it worth it to fight this enemy? Because I could probably beat this enemy, but they're really heavily armored. They're probably not going to have any good drops. If I don't kill them, they might harass me and deal some damage, and then, healing items can be more difficult to get my hands on than food, but it feels like it has a solid resource system in place. And it does let you feel powerful. Towards the end of some of my more successful runs, I felt like I was beating ass. I had cool weapons, I had spells, I had a bunch of consumables for, if shit hit the fan. It had all of the aspects of fun, engaging dungeon crawlers, while being a relatively approachable, first-person, real-time experience that you can play co-op. Great stuff. I liked Barony a lot. I think I would like it even more if I were to play it multiplayer, and I would like to try that at some point. But solid experience. If you're into dungeon crawlers, even if you're not into action games, I think Barony is worth looking into if you're into dungeon crawlers, just to see the different ways that it handles that kind of thing. Bear a knee? Don't tell the Victorians. So, let's talk about Caves of Qud first. I don't have a huge amount to say about Cataclysm, but I would say it is a very different experience than these other two. Caves of Qud. Caves of Qud hit 1.0. It is a traditional roguelike experience that I have enjoyed for a long time. I think the mutations and cybernetic systems are really interesting. There are meaningful choices when it comes to what skills to invest in, and the skills feel like there is a good variety to them. And a lot of that has a lot of meaningful player choice involved, a lot of avenues for player expression. Hearing other people talk about how they play Caves of Qud and their experiences playing Caves of Qud, it's exactly what you want out of a traditional roguelike. The downsides... It has a lot of the ups and downsides of traditional roguelikes. There are a lot of moments in Caves of Cud where you will have a fantastic run going. You've got some incredible gear. You've got a bunch of levels under your belt, so you have a bunch of mutations, you have a bunch of additional gear. Like, you have resources, you feel like you have knowledge, and then a slug snout from off-screen gets a critical hit on you, and suddenly you have lost 80% of your health and you're bleeding to death. And things just go from 100 to 0 in an instant. And the potential for that kind of thing to happen can make your moment-to-moment decision-making more impactful. You can feel as though all of your decisions matter that much more because, you know, if I were paying attention, then maybe I could have avoided that happening. You know, I could have I could have tried to be less visible. I could try to be a little sneakier. I could try and stick to cover more often. Oh god, my throat. My throat is so dry from talking for almost 3 hours straight. There is an appeal to that kind of experience in a traditional roguelike. The feeling that at any moment, if you fuck up, then it can all come tumbling down. But there are a lot of aspects of Caves of Cud that feel as though they benefit from following a more linear story experience. Because there is a core storyline that you are following throughout Caves of Cud. There is like the tutorial quest, there are like a main set of quests that you are following, and so that experience can be a more straightforward, you know, turn-based RPG kind of experience rather than focusing all in on the traditional roguelike. But then it has all of the randomization aspects of being a traditional roguelike, so even if you opt out of that experience of, well, maybe next time I'll find better resources for what build I was going for, maybe next time I'll try a different build, and so on, you can end up with the downsides of both aspects, or the upsides of both aspects, because the game will allow you to have a couple of extra lives. You can have a purely you can just save and load. You can just have multiple save slots and play it like a regular non-run based video game. You have the option to do that. I still feel somewhat invested in trying to bash my face against it as a traditional roguelike whenever I go back to it, but every now and then I get this feeling of just like, I just want to see what this game turns into. I want to see what the game is like beyond the first couple of dungeons. Because there's a really cool world going on. There are a lot of cool enemy designs and ways of getting more powerful. It is a game that is worth digging into and exploring, whether you're doing it run-based or whether you're using save slots or whatever. There's a lot of fun to be had with it. I don't want to dig too deep into what makes a good traditional roguelike and balance and all of that, but it's good. It's real good. I think if I were more invested in run-based gaming experiences this year, I think Caves of Cud could have easily been an S tier, but it's a strong A. And with the 1.0 release, they updated the UI a lot to make it more approachable. You can play the game entirely on a controller now, which is crazy. It is as playable as it is more playable than it's ever been, while also being in a relatively complete state. If you've thought about checking it out, never been a better time. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. I didn't play a ton of this year, but I played some, for sure. And I love Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. It is a game that manages to make the feeling of being in a like mutant infested zombie apocalypse type scenario. It manages to make that kind of thing feel both approachable and in some ways comfortable. It's a game that I play when I want more of a cozy vibe, if you can believe it. Because my experience in playing Cataclysm, I have the banner for Dark Days Ahead here, but I usually play Bright Nights, which is a little more video gamey an experience. But a lot of my time playing Cataclysm is not desperately scrounging for food. It's not fending off hordes of zombies. A lot of the time that I spend playing this game, and I enjoy it this way, is scavenging for parts to make my house nicer. Trying to just really strip the entire town bare and make my home a fucking fortress. My house and not just purely utilitarian, like, I've got glass windows on this bitch. I'm living large. Just, I'm going out, oh man, a new skill book that I haven't read? Fantastic. I'm gonna read this tonight while I'm eating my sandwich. And I take my little shopping cart, and I go out on the town, and oh man, found a hardware store. Alright, so I'm gonna disassemble some of these hardware store shelves, because they're like industrial shelves. And then I can assemble these back at home to store a bunch of stuff, and now I can, oh, what am I gonna do for reorganizing? Oh, I can split off my melee weapons from my ranged weapons if I have this new wardrobe. So much of my time playing Cataclysm is just futzing about and making my house a home. And so that's what makes me wish that Project Zomboid was more like Cataclysm. I want that Cataclysm experience, but I want to share it with people. But Zomboid tries to be much darker, much more lethal. And the progression is also much slower. But there's also just a lot of fantastical elements of Cataclysm that I really enjoy. Like, you can just play as a cat girl in Cataclysm, but then because there is like a whole system for like becoming various kinds of mutants, like if you find ways of making yourself more cat-like, then eventually you can start getting some downsides of being too cat-like, of, oh, you are now too much of a cat and you have become a carnivore. And so now it is more difficult to find food, but you have like really good night vision, you have dangerous claw weapons, you're fast, you're agile, you're really great at dodging enemies. If you become a mouse mutant, then you become really small, but you manage to find... You get better carrying capacity, so you can be a little hoarder mouse. And you get better benefits from eating sugary foods and stuff like that. If you become a cow mutant, you can graze on grass. Like, there's a lot of really cool, more fantastical elements present in Cataclysm that you don't really get in any of these other zombie survival stories. And so I wish there was a way to have Cataclysm be a multiplayer experience. I don't know how one would accomplish that, but that would be real cool. But I enjoy Cataclysm a lot. It is a very cozy game, and if you don't like the run-based aspect of things, then you can save... Like, there are various ways of save scumming your game and all that jazz. It's cool. It is a game that I keep going back to, and will continue to keep going back to. I've heard tell that there's been some moving and shaking in the modding community for that game, and so I will probably be looking into all of that sometime in the next few months. Oh, wow. My throat is really falling apart and my nose is runny, but I took a test earlier and it's not COVID. So that's nice. Is Cataclysm an S? I'll leave it as a strong A. Maybe it gets upgraded later. Post-con crud. Yeah. I didn't even interact with that many people while I was visiting my family. I don't know. Infinitoad 2! Very solid tower defense game. If you're looking for tower defense, Infinitoad 2 does that pretty well. It has a lot of meta progression stuff, which I like, personally. But once you reach a certain point in the meta progression of it, then you start running into a couple of issues where you really have to grind in order to make more progress. But there's a lot of challenges, a lot of high score type stuff to work towards that if you're into a more traditional, straightforward tower defense experience, Infinitoad 2 does that sort of thing really well. It also has some of the downsides of, yeah, we really designed this map around using this specific kind of tower, and then, oh, but I hate using that kind of tower. I think planning around that kind of tower is annoying. Yeah, well, you're probably not going to get that far if you don't. Oh, well, bummer. It's a B. I enjoy it, but it's not really anything to write home about. It's just a solid tower defense experience, and if that's what you're looking for, then it will do the job pretty well. The player maps are insane. Yeah, I never looked into the player maps or like the map building type stuff. I mostly was just focused on trying to get my upgrades up, meant my aug grades and all that. And I do like a lot of what it does with the meta progression. I think it just suffers from the meta progression getting grindy. Oh boy. Point and click adventure pile. I'll go ahead and I'll just get right out and say it. All of these are fantastic. I had a whole lot of fun with all 4 of these, and one of these there is fun yet to be had. But we'll start with Dangeresque, the Rumisode Triungulate. Now, I talked about it at the time, but I have never been super into Homestar Runner. I have been a Homestar Runner appreciator of... I know those characters, I recognize those characters, and I know some of the jokes. I've seen some of the videos, but I did not grow up watching Homestar Runner, and I am not super familiar with, like, especially a lot of in-jokes, specific callbacks and specific references. A lot of that stuff, it will fly right over my head. And so, I was very pleased that, in spite of this, there were very few jokes in Dangeresque that did not land for me. I think the sense of humor present is so strong on its own. The characters are so much fun to just see what they're doing, listen to Strong Bad's reactions to things. Yeah, Coach Z is brain poison in the absolute best way. It is... and it's something that's present in a lot of Homestar Runner, where characters just talk weird. And the way that the characters can talk can get stuck in your brain. And you love it. You love the way that these weird isms get stuck in your head. These weird verbal tics that these characters have. Virus equals very, yes. Just, it's... if you can pick this up on sale, then it is absolutely worth it. Full price, it's still worth it. The Rumisode Triungulate is not very long, but it is laugh a minute. It is so chock full of great jokes. And the gameplay itself is still pretty clever. Like, it's not the best point-and-click puzzling that I've ever experienced, but it is fun to play through, in addition to it being so goddamn funny. Need to play the Rumisode, was wondering if you actually finished Time and Space. So, I think I've only done the first episode of Beyond Time and Space. But, you know, I played the first episode of Beyond Time and Space, so it's here. Dangeresque. I think if it were a bit longer, then it would bump up to an S. I think it does suffer a little bit from being so short. But I really, really enjoyed Dangeresque. A for action-packed. Sam and Max save the world. Even though I had seen a lot of the stuff from the first season of Sam and Max, from various people playing them, you know, YouTube videos or streams or stream highlight YouTube videos. Like, I saw a lot of season 1 of Sam and Max via Germa. But even going into it knowing a decent amount of things that happen, wow, these games are clever. There is such great wordplay. There are a lot of really fun puzzles. Sam and Max as a series is just so goddamn charming. You just love Sam and Max. And you love these other characters that show up. You know, Bosco is so much fun. The therapist, and then you develop this crazy cast of other characters, like the cops. Sam and Max as a series is just so good at drawing you in, and even where the point-and-click gameplay falters, which it does falter from time to time. There are puzzles that land flat. It's fun. It's similar to Dangeresque, where it's just so much fun to be in this world with these characters and hearing their thoughts on things and seeing how the world reacts. Seeing what happens in the world for them to react to. The overarching story of this first season is... the core of it is they are fighting against people trying to brainwash the entire human race. Oh, well, we can't have that. Well, what happens on the way there? Well, we blow up a toy factory, we're on TV... Max becomes the president of the United States, and then so many things that happen become treated as just matter of fact. Like, Max becomes the president of the United States, running against a giant stone statue of Abraham Lincoln. And then, not only is Max being the president of the United States just a thing that continues to be, but the severed head of the giant statue of Abraham Lincoln is a character that just hangs out. He's just still there. He's still around. And he just becomes one of the guys. The War Room song, God. The War Room song is such a great example of all of the best aspects of Sam and Max's humor. It's got that, you know, witty, contemporary kind of edge to it. But it also just has a really great sense of timing. The War Room song starts, and you're like, what's going on? Why are they starting a musical number? And then the musical number starts in full force, and you're just like, wow, this is amazing. Like, it's the song itself is funny, and like what's going on, all of these Secret Service agents doing this grand performance is like, wow, what a great time, I'm loving this. And then like you are like 2 minutes into this musical gag, and it's like, wow, we're still going, huh? And then you get another like 30 seconds into it, and I'm like, how much longer is this going to go on for? And then you just hit this critical mass of just like, oh my god, it's still going! This is amazing! Like, they pass the point of it is absurd that they are still making this joke. Like, they have committed to this joke so hard. You hit that point where you bypass the point where it is no longer funny to it becomes very funny that it's still going, and then the moment where it would not be funny that it is still going, they stop. Sam & Max is great because you have no idea where it's going. Yeah, so many things in those games can happen, like anything can happen at any moment. And often you will have a good idea of what the punchline is going to be, but so often they find a way to either swerve or hit the punchline just a little different than you expected. Like, it doesn't become predictable. There's always something about the gag that they are making that'll get you. Just such an incredible... I think it would be an S if the gameplay were more consistently solid. Because there were times where I was stuck to the point of frustration. And I would not have... You know, it's not like, wow, I don't get it, this sucks. But in the context of me streaming the games, there were just a couple of points where it's like, oh, okay, alright, that's the solution, oh, okay, that's fine. And if I were granted the time and a more relaxed atmosphere to gradually figure it out on my own, as opposed to kind of being nudged towards it because it's like, come on, we gotta get this show on the road. I think there are some issues with the experience of streaming them, but even so, it is a very strong A if it's not an S. We got to give Leonard his just desserts. Yeah, the writing and comedic timing, it's a very witty game. It's great. And I'm not a big fan of the addition of Stinkies in season 2. The kind of joke that they were telling in that setting does not land for me, of just like, wow, gross, greasy diner kind of thing. And it's like, oh, we only had 3 cases of food poisoning last week. Yuck, yuck, yuck. That kind of thing does not land as well for me. But it's still more Sam & Max. I'm having a great time with Season 2 thus far, and I'm looking forward to playing more Season 2. Maybe if this illness continues to develop in this particular way, Saturday will be a Sam & Max stream. Because I would love to... I mean... this tier list is definitely going to be a two-parter, but, you know, if I'm not in peak condition on Saturday, then I don't really want to push my luck by doing 2 streams in a row where I'm talking for 4 hours straight. So we're gonna pile Season 2 up here. And The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog is not a point-and-click adventure in the traditional sense. It's more of a visual novel. But The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog was so goddamn cute. Oh my god, what a cute little thing it was. Fantastic artwork. That's like one of the things that stands out strongly to me. And it's something that started to stand out more to me as an enjoyer of the IDW publishing Sonic comics. I really appreciate good Sonic the Hedgehog art. I was never a Sonic OC kind of person, but I really enjoy when people handle the aesthetics of Sonic in a good way, in a strong way, and I think that The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog really nailed that. And they also nailed what I like about a lot of the Sonic cast. They made the characters fun and endearing without being caricatures. You know, you look at Sonic Boom, and there was still some fun designs, some fun writing for the Sonic characters in Sonic Boom and the cartoon that they did for that. But I like when the characters have depth. You know, because these characters are capable of being multidimensional. In Sonic Boom, Knuckles is just, you know, a big, strong meathead. And I didn't like that. Knuckles he's a bit of a recluse. He is, like, strong-willed and stubborn, and he likes to be cool. And then you have Shadow, who really wants to be cool. You have Shadow the Hedgehog is a character that is so much fun to work with when he mirrors Sonic's attitude in a way that he's just like, he's kind of edgy, and he thinks so highly of himself. And he exists in a world where fate will deign to make a fool of him one way or another. And so you love Shadow when he gets to be edgy, and you love when Shadow fails to be cool and edgy. And then you have a lot of these other characters. Amy, who is just like... Amy is super strong and competent, and she's just really into Sonic. Like, that is one of her driving forces as a character, but she's got a lot more going on. It's just... She still has that core of being really into Sonic, and when you develop her out, that core, like, influencing other aspects of her character and getting in the way of things that I think they handle that aspect of her character in a way that is endearing and not derogatory, I guess. It can be so easy for girl character likes guy character, and that's all she exists to be and do. But I think that a lot of the, you know, the comics and stuff like the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, I think they handle her character in a way that, yeah, she's allowed to be really into Sonic. I mean, who doesn't think Sonic is cool, right? But she is still a character that has depth and motivations and meaning and purpose beyond that. It's just, she's a little obsessive. And that's okay. Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, fantastic. I liked it a lot. I think the ending was a little too cheesy. Power of friendship and all that, but the player character is so charming, so endearing, and I love any time that official Sonic stuff has, what was his name? Barry the Quahog or whatever. I love them continuing to use that character for things, because he's such a fucking dork and fits so well into that cast. Oh boy. Alright, we're already talking about Sonic. Let's start off the platformer section with Sonic Adventure 2. Y'all know I love Sonic Adventure 2. Sonic Adventure 2 is one of my favorite video games. I love it so much. I love the story, I love the soundtrack, I love the way it looks, I love the way it plays, even if it's a little jank. I love Sonic Adventure 2. And so, my experience with Sonic Adventure 2 in 2024 was going back and starting to work on trying to get A ranks on all of the stages. And I was enjoying doing that more than I expected. I also went in and did a little bit of modding to make the PC version look a little better, control a little better. Just tidy a couple of things up. But I was enjoying the experience of going for A ranks in that game more than I expected. Because I remember as a kid, there were a lot of those levels that were just frustrating. And even as an adult, there are still a bunch of missions in Sonic Adventure 2 that are just a pain in the ass. There's a bunch of, especially like for some of the treasure hunter levels, like the hard mode version of the treasure hunter levels, where it's like, oh, you need to use Knuckles' sunglasses while standing on this specific platform, which is like a weird ledge up in a corner, and then an invisible spring launches you over to get the Master Emerald piece. Like, my experience working on getting the A ranks is I am using a guide for some of the missions. But even so, I think that the core gameplay for Sonic Adventure 2 is... I think the core gameplay for that game keeps impressing me in the ways that it is a solid foundation for what that game is. It's jank. It has a lot of jank to it. You know, all those videos of people going back and playing Sonic Adventure 2 and being like, oh, what do you mean I just fell off the ledge for no reason? I got trapped in a corner and the game freaked out and I died. Like, all that stuff, totally valid. But I think the controls for that game and the level design for that game are a lot stronger than a lot of people give it credit for. I think Sonic Adventure 2 is a all-around solid, maybe even good 3D platformer. And yeah, it's great. I love Sonic Adventure 2 a whole hell of a lot. It's great. I will continue loving this game forever. Because I accept and I acknowledge that there is no small amount of nostalgia influencing my love for Sonic Adventure 2, but I mean, like, if you want to go back and check out Sonic Adventure 2, just make sure that you at least get the analog controls fix, because that makes the game feel a lot better. Like, trying to use analog controls in the PC version for Sonic Adventure 2, it don't work great. Or just, acquire the GameCube version, or even the Dreamcast version. I never played the Dreamcast version, but play that game. Play Sonic Adventure 2. It's good. And it's got a really fun story, too. Like, it's cheesy, it's great. I love it. Celeste. Very solid 2D platformer. Classic indie 2D platformer experience. Very straightforward controls. You've got jump, you've got your dash. You get a second air dash late in the game and it feels amazing. But you've got your jump, you've got your dash, and you've got grab. You can grab onto walls, you can grab onto objects. And that's all you need, baby! You toss in some gimmicks that are fun to interact with, like the starry blobs where once you dash into it, you keep going in that direction until you hit some kind of obstacle. That's great. Fantastic. Love it. It's just really damn good. It's really well made. It's fun to play start to finish. I do think that while I enjoy the harder content available in Celeste, the B-sides and C-sides and all that, I enjoy that stuff. You really gotta be in a mood for that kind of thing, because Farewell was the bonus chapter they added to the end of the game, or like the post game. I enjoyed what I completed of Farewell, but I gotta admit, some of those platforming sections were puzzling and finicky to a point of not being that fun. Some of those rooms, I definitely got to the point of just like, alright, let's just get this over with. I'm so done. I was done with this 10 to 15 minutes of attempts before. But in terms of just, like, completing the game, not, like, everything up to the core, like, completing the summit, in Celeste. Like, start of the game to completing the summit. It's so well tuned. The difficulty has such a smooth curve. All of the challenge feels earned. All of the challenge feels meaningful. It is just really fun, and the core platform mechanics are so much fun to use. Because they're so simple, you know exactly what you're capable of at any given moment. It's just, how well can you do it? You don't have to worry about any kind... There's no finicky jump timing or anything like that. Just, you are going through these platforming sections, you have your exact core set of movement options, and that's all you need. Yeah, Mirror Temple is where the game starts getting challenging, but the game benefits a lot from how fast you go from I have fucked up to I am trying again. When you die and get sent back so fast, you don't even have time to get frustrated at it. Right? Like, before you can even get like, Urgh! Before you have the opportunity to reach that point, you are already back in it. Hi, Will. How's it going? For as frustrating as some parts of Celeste can be, those frustrations are like at, oh wow, these post-game challenge sections are too hard. And I was like, get good. I guess I will. You're right. Hollow Knight's Path of Pain is the same way, simple movement options used in excellent ways. I am not the biggest enjoyer of Hollow Knight, but I do appreciate a lot of what Hollow Knight does. I think Hollow Knight is really well made. I think Hollow Knight is very good. I don't love Hollow Knight, especially in comparison to something like Celeste. Or Nine Souls, I guess would be the more apt comparison. I mean, but I always have to put like a little asterisk on Hollow Knight. Whenever I talk about Hollow Knight, I gotta add a little asterisk. I gotta add a little salt of, I have a phobia of basically all bugs. And so, that game is not winning me over on aesthetics. And so the gameplay has to put in a lot of extra work, and it puts in a lot of extra work, but not quite enough for me. But yeah, the simple movement mechanics used excellently is something that Hollow Knight does handle quite well. Hollow Knight is a purpose-built anti-hat game. Not exactly, but in some ways, yes. A lot of Hollow Knight I can get by without the phobia being triggered in a way that I cannot at least push through, if not handle. But what was that one area? Dark Nest? Deep Nest? The one where things will, like, shadows will skitter across your screen? Deep Nest? Yeah, fuck that place. Fuck it. Burn it down. Yeah, there was a spider-esque section of Ori as well, and I hated it there too. Frustrating. Because it's like, everyone loves this game so much, and I can be critical without being hateful. You know, I try to be mindful of how I express my opinions and, like, how I inform my own opinions and all that jazz. I try to be level-headed about that kind of thing, but Hollow Knight is a game that is full of bugs, and it is hard for me to be entirely positive about any aspect of that game, because when I think about it, I think about how it bothers me. So, you know, sometimes that's just how it is. Nine Sols good, yeah. The moral of the story is that Nine Sols is better than Hollow Knight. Okay. The Big Catch Tackle Box. Man, that is some of the best 3D platforming gameplay I have experienced in a long-ass time. The Big Catch Tackle Box is... I still don't know how they put that out for free and call it a demo. That is insanity. There is so much game in that demo. It's like a 10+ hour demo, and it's all good. The core movement in that game, it feels so good to move around in the Big Catch. There are a couple of things that are a little wonky about it. Catching fish out of the water, that system has some lack of clarity that can be frustrating. And there are some sections, some of the platforming sections can be janky and not feel quite right. But as a whole, it feels so good to move around in that game. You feel like a goddamn genius when the first time you manage to, like, carry momentum through a section that lets you go through it real fast, or maybe skip one of the jumps. When you manage to land that sequential, like, series of wall kicks, it's so rewarding, and the controls feel so responsive and allow you to do so many things that you want to do. It's slick, it looks great, like, it has a really strong aesthetic to it. It has some texture work of, like, I would say the texture work has the aesthetics of what people are nostalgic about the N64 about. And that era, like the PlayStation 1 as well. It has just the right amount of, like, quote-unquote old school vibe to it, while still looking smooth and nice. Yeah, I have no idea what the full game could possibly be, because there's so much content in Tackle Box. But the way that exploring the world and finding all of these collectibles gives you access to this one big final challenge gauntlet, and it rewards you with a cool new outfit, and just, it's such an incredible complete package that it truly is its own game. There are so many challenges that they force you to learn something new about the game. They like grab your wrist and won't let go until you figure out how to do this thing, because doing the thing feels so good. There are so many of these platforming challenges where it's like, I know exactly what I need to do. Or, I don't know if this will work, but I'm going to try it. It is a very encouraging game design. And it's encouraging in a large amount due to the fact that it feels good. Of course you want to complete this challenge. Like, making your way through the challenge feels good because the game just feels good. Fundamentally, the controls are so slick, so smooth. It just feels right. I feel like The Big Catch is going to be one of the all-time greats when it comes to 3D platformers. I don't doubt it. They got the controls down so well. They had great area design to explore using these fantastic controls. I don't know how they could possibly screw it up. You know, knock on wood, obviously. God willing, nothing goes wrong, but it's great, man. That could have been you, Pseudo Regalia. I love Pseudo Regalia. Pseudo Regalia is fantastic, and I think Pseudo Regalia also feels really good and has really great 3D platforming. But Pseudo Regalia has more going on with it than pure 3D platforming. It has more of a Metroidvania thing going on where you are exploring to find these new abilities, and these new abilities are augmenting. No. The Big Catch, you have your abilities. It's all about finding new ways and new scenarios to use them. Worried about starting it and getting like 60% of the way through and not finishing because it's super long. Yeah, I do have some concerns about the scale of it. Because again, free demo, and it was 10 hours. And then things take a bit of a dip here. Cavern of Dreams. Cavern of Dreams is so cute and has some really cute movement options in it. It has a solid core, but that core is a little janky. It's a little slippy slidey. It's not quite as tight as you might want it. It's not quite as tight as what the Big Catch offers. I think what it does offer that Tacklebox doesn't is it has a great variety to its environments. I think it has the right kind of vibe of... It nailed the N64 collectathon platformer kind of vibe better than Corn Kids did, in my opinion. Even though Corn Kids had fucking 64 in the name, I think Cavern of Dreams is... Between the two, I gotta give it to Cavern of Dreams. I guess we can kind of talk about these two paired up a little more directly. One moment, need to rehydrate. I keep spilling water on myself. Ah! Cavern of Dreams and Corn Kids were both games that were very obviously, and, like, you know, they were wearing their heart on their sleeve. They were both games that wanted to be N64 era collectathons. And I think both of them did that well. Both of them succeeded in that. And if you are into that kind of game, I do think both of them are worth playing. But I think Cavern of Dreams is a more consistent and cohesive experience. Corn Kids really stumbles over having some half-baked mechanics and environment design that at times feel more style over substance. And I'm not saying Corn Kids is bad. Not by any means. But compared to Cavern of Dreams, I guess in a way, Corn Kids felt more accurate to an N64 era collectathon, in that it is kinda janky, it has some areas that just suck to navigate, it has a weird sense of humor that at times feels like... The humor feels self-serving at times. It insists upon itself, sure. Corn Kids had better platforming. I would overall agree. I think the core platforming mechanics in Corn Kids and, like, the high points of its platforming challenges were better, but because it had more meandering throughout its environments, because it had more areas that were not platforming, I think it felt like it had more wasted time and more misspent time than Cavern of Dreams. Cavern of Dreams felt more overall cohesive as an experience. I think they're both an A. I still enjoyed both of them quite a bit. They are both great examples of what you can do with a modern 3D platformer collectathon kind of thing, but I would definitely say that I enjoyed Cavern of Dreams more than I enjoyed Corn Kids. So I don't want to harp too much more on that point, because that's kind of the bottom line here. And then Super Mario 64. I mean, still one of the greatest of all time. I'll say, we were just sitting around one day, like, I had put, I had downloaded some the Nintendo Switch Online virtual console things onto my mom's Switch, because she's on the Nintendo Switch Online family plan thing, and I had just bought her Clubhouse 51, and so I was like, oh, maybe she'll be using her Switch more often. Well, let me put these on there for her, because she might play some of these. And while we were just hanging out, I booted up Mario 64, and I was just like, I'm just gonna, fuck around, beat the game with 16 stars, just for funsies. And wow, the Nintendo Switch Online N64 emulator has some problems. I was fighting for my fucking life trying to play Mario 64 on that thing because there is a good chunk of input delay. And Mario 64 feels so good to play. It's so responsive. It like you press the button, Mario jumps, baby. And you so much of what makes the game fun to play is how responsive it is, how snappy it feels, how good the platforming feels. Playing it on the Nintendo Switch emulator, oh boy. Pretty rough, y'all. Pretty rough. It took me so long to get the BLJ up past the 70 star, not the 70 star, the 50 star door upstairs, because I couldn't time my button presses to, like, for those not familiar with Mario 64 speedrunning, one technique that is really helpful for getting a backwards long jump, like building speed with a backwards long jump, is timing your button presses to... You want to tap the jump button with a certain rhythm, and you want to start tapping the button with that rhythm when Mario lands on the stairs from your first long jump. But because of the huge amount of input delay, I couldn't do it. It took so long. It took so long and so many tries to get a successful BLJ because I couldn't do it the same way that I normally do. It drove me fucking crazy. It felt like I just didn't know how to play the game sometimes. How can it be that bad on official Nintendo hardware? Nintendo fucking sucks at emulators, yo. It's bad. I don't know how they're so bad at it, but they're bad at it. Oh no, does Apollo Justice have an audio puzzle? I don't remember that. I'm so sorry. But yeah, there's a lot of bad emulators out there, and somehow Nintendo's official N64 emulator on the Switch is maybe one of the worst one of the worst modern emulators available. So, the thing about N64 emulators, we still don't have it perfectly solved, really. Even now, there are still some issues with N64 emulators that are, like, more of a problem than they should be. But it's not that bad. It's not as bad as the Nintendo Switch Online emulator might lead you to believe. We've got it better than that. It's pretty spectacular how bad they fucked it up. But Mario 64, though, with a good setup, still some of the best platforming ever. Notices your bulge. We've been going for 4 hours, but I was drinking water. Yeah, I've also been drinking water, and I've been doing bad at it. I need to share that experience with the world. Okay. We'll talk about these two games, and then we'll maybe wrap things up so I don't completely tear my throat apart. What's the game with the cat girl? Cuisineer? God, the cat girl is so cute in that game. That game is kind of mediocre. We'll talk about it next time. Okay. Supermarket Simulator and Gas Station Simulator. Two exceptionally, like, YouTuber, streamer bait video games that in the distant past, I probably would have looked at that kind of game and been like, why? That seems like a waste of time. Why bother with that? That seems kind of lame. Not necessarily because I have anything naturally against simulator games. You know, I've been playing Power Wash Simulator for a while now, but there was something about Supermarket Simulator and Gas Station Simulator that both kind of rubbed me the wrong way when it comes to being content creator bait. But for some reason, these two games stuck out to me in a way that I believe I just watched the Game Grumps play both of them. And both of them had gameplay that had a lot of busy work. They both had a lot of gameplay where you can spend your time running around completing a lot of smaller tasks, and all of these smaller tasks add up to a consistent level of activity where you are keeping busy. And for whatever reason, this stuck out to me at a time where I wanted to truly indulge in some hyperactive behavior. I wanted to just do 24 different things at the same time. I want to spin some plates. And I ended up enjoying my experience with both of these games more than I expected. I think both of these games have a lot to offer in terms of being a quaint little game where you can keep yourself busy, and you don't even have to be super busy. You don't have to be running a mile a minute to, you know, keep on top of everything. But there was something about both of them that I just had fun just doing my tasks and finding time in between, like, bursts of activity to go around and, you know, paint my walls and redo the floors, redecorate. Oh, I got a new shelf. I'm gonna shuffle some things around. Oh, I got more space to work with. I'm gonna move some things around, and then I'm gonna restock these products, and I'm gonna slowly build up a, you know, make sure I have a bunch of product in stock so I don't have to do a bunch of smaller orders. I'll just do one big order, and then I'm good for a while. And this loop, I'm just talking about both of them at the same time because the experience was very similar. Like, Gas Station Simulator was more goofy, more over the top, and also had a lot more moment-to-moment busy work. But also, it had, there were some aspects of it that things like managing your storage, I think, is something that seems like it would be a minor thing, but not having to manage your storage in Gas Station Simulator takes away something about that, like, the resource management aspect of these two games that I enjoyed. So Supermarket Simulator had more of that, and I enjoyed that. While Gas Station Sim did have some... I enjoyed doing the little mini games for the various, like, the garage mini game. Sorry. Like the car repair mini game, and then doing the little checkout counter mini game and stuff like that. I enjoyed doing that stuff until I didn't, kind of thing. I did think that they eventually wore out their welcome, while Supermarket Sim allows you to be beyond that kind of thing a little sooner, and in a more meaningful way. But they are both very similar. And they're both, like, especially if you can get them on sale, if you're looking for that kind of experience where, you know, it's not going to be anything super in-depth, it's not going to be anything revolutionary, it's just keep yourself busy and build this little business, and you feel like you're building up a business, you feel like you're making progression. And that kind of thing matters to me, I really enjoy the feeling of building something up. You know, I enjoy city building, I enjoy RPG mechanics and stuff like that. Well, my throat is really falling apart here. They're both like a high B. I'm not gonna act as though they were A-tier experiences, but they're a high B. I enjoyed my time with these, especially while I was in the mood to engage with these games. You kind of want to be in the mood. It's not exactly something that you can pick up at any time and fuck around with. And I think both of them suffer from... Once you enter an entirely managerial position, then you can end up with a lot more downtime, and it can end up kind of dull at times, where you're just waiting for the day to progress. And you can, in both of these games, just be like, get out of the way, I'm getting in here. Let me handle this. But, you know, that doesn't really help that much, because it's like, oh, well, I had kind of graduated beyond having to do this, but now I'm going back to it just so I have something to do. It didn't feel quite right. But I think they're both fun, especially just messing around for, you know, a couple hours here and there, and then whenever you're done with the game, you probably got your money's worth. Especially if you got it on sale. Okay. So I think next time we'll start the discussion off with Kenshi, but hopefully I can get through some of these clusters of games a little quicker. Although, we got through a decent number of games today. There's a lot of games to go, but some of these games I don't have a ton of things to say about. Like, thank goodness you're here. I don't actually have a whole lot to say about that game because I haven't actually played it yet, but we're still gonna talk about it. But yeah, I'm feeling all right about the tier list thus far, how it's shaping up. It feels correct for PictoQuest to be here. Like, PictoQuest feels like a good D tier, Diablo 4 feels like a good C tier. You know, I still feel bad about Noida and Satisfactory and Factorio, because these games are better than B tier games. You know, these are A or maybe even S tier video games, but in the context of my experience for playing video games in 2024, they just didn't land quite as well. So, we'll see how the rest of the tier list shakes out next time. But as for now, I need to stop talking because my throat is gonna fall apart. Thanks again to Cult, Sir, and Dan for the Tier 3 resubs, Dan for the 7 gift subs and $25 donation, Ash for the resub, and Tarin for the resub. Upcoming streams. Saturday, depending on how I feel, Saturday might either be Tier List Part 2, or it might be Sam and Max, if my throat is still feeling kind of scuffed. And then Monday will depend on what Saturday ends up being. It could maybe be the start of Order of Ecclesia, but I'm thinking that Order of Ecclesia might take more than 2 streams, so I'm a little worried about starting it because I have I'm going to A&E this month. So the scheduling gets a little wonky again, but then scheduling shouldn't be weird for a good while after that, so fingers crossed. So, next couple of streams, I'm thinking more tier list. I would like to get part 2 of the tier list done within the next couple of streams. Maybe some Sam and Max if I'm still under the weather. Maybe Order of Ecclesia starts, maybe not. I think we ought to be able to finish up Infinite Wealth before I go to A&E. We've got 2 Tuesdays in a row, uninterrupted. So we might be able to get through the ending of Infinite Wealth, and I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be super good. And then we'll see how things go from there. Who's streaming? Who's up? Who do we got for raid targets? Joel is streaming some Balatro and Shroom Jam. Mike is streaming Binding of Isaac. Duper is doing some development of some sort. Smite is streaming some UFO 50. Let's see what... Duper is up to. But yeah, thanks again everyone for showing up and hanging out and chatting and all that good stuff, and hopefully I will see you all again on Saturday. Have a good one.